All right, so officially welcome. Kenneth, Iona, thanks for joining.
Thank you.
Nice to see you again. Glad you could get on your laptop. It's a lot easier on a computer much easier than a computer than a phone. So yeah, should we just dive into the lesson? Maybe just have a quick look. I'm going to share my screen. A quick look at the quote for today.
Yeah.
So if you want to have a quick read of that, could be good. Let me see if I can expand my
Please.
view a bit.
This is Neale Donald Walsch.
Yeah, Neale Donald Walsch. Lovely quote, actually. Which really leads nicely into today's lesson.
Do you want me to read out? Yeah?
Yes, yeah, please.
You are goodness and mercy and compassion and understanding. You are peace and joy and light. You are forgiveness and patience, strength and courage, a help in time of need, a comforter in time of sorrow, a healer in time of injury, a teacher in times of confusion. You are the deepest wisdom and the highest truth, the greatest peace and the grandest love. You are these things, and in moments of your life, you have known yourself to be these things. Choose now to know yourself as these things always.
It's a nice one, isn't it? Nice. Kind of speaks to the two of you really well.
Yeah.
Healer in time of injury, teacher in times of confusion, helper in time of need.
Thank you. We can return that to you too.
Yeah.
It's just remembering, this is my true function here. This is why I'm really here. There's nothing else that really matters. So don't get sucked into any ego distractions from this function. To be the light, really. That's what he's saying. Be the light of the world.
I think I will forward that to somebody I'm going to see tomorrow at 11. Yeah.
Yeah, it's on the Telegram group as well as on email. So yeah, as I say here, it's just the determination to play your true function. Listen to these qualities that want to come through you, but of course the ego blocks. It's going to do whatever it can to prevent you from being this expanded person.
Indeedy. Yeah.
I think the healing is not when you engage in this healing work, it forces you to become that, doesn't it? You can't be in your contracted ego and be a healer. So
it really hurts when I am, and I talk for me, it was really it was such a lesson. Yeah, the ego really was fighting me, and you're right, it was contracted, and kind of it was a bitter experience. I don't want to do that.
So yeah, you had to bail out of the healing because you weren't in the right energy.
Yeah, it was. I did have to bail out and take time, take a breather, stand with a cup of tea and stare out the window. And then the next person arrived for her appointment, and in she went into a huge story about her life.
Right. Yeah. Well, it can be challenging being a healer, can't it? Because it's like you've got these demands on your own energy, and the ego is going to react. It doesn't particularly want you to be just a pure channel. If you open yourself up and you allow this to come through, then your ego has to step out the way, and of course the ego's got huge resistance to that. So
Yeah,
it's your own healing. As you give it, you receive it. So
exactly.
part of the journey of like stepping into it and just allowing it to do you really. That's what happens, and you've just got to kind of step out the way. I mean, that's my experience. Kenneth, is that your experience? I mean, it's just like just step out the way and
Yeah.
allow it to. Like I work in a different way. It's not body work, but like if I'm doing a retreat or something, it just like amazing energy comes through for 5 days. It just happens. It's like something takes over, and then usually afterwards, like, okay, I've got to rest now. It's like, I need a day off just to recover. But you can go for like very little sleep, 4 or 5 hours a night, and just like in this high energy state. It's quite extraordinary what happens
Right.
when you allow it. It's like another power takes over, and it'll give you all the energy you need because it's using you, and then often afterwards you need to rest a bit. It's like, okay, it's just like a bit of a catch up. That's what I find. Like take a day off after a retreat like that, just to. I actually suggest that to people. I say, book a week out of your schedule. So it's a Wednesday you arrive.
Yeah.
Book a Tuesday for recovery. Just don't go straight back into work or something like that. It's not a good idea. Just give yourself a day just to recover. And I suppose if they want to stay longer, like on the Monday night, we could also offer that. So yeah,
I think that's a
stay
really
over
good
another night.
idea. I think
Mm,
that's a really good idea that just to take the next day to go walk on the beach, take your
mm,
time, don't rush away from this area.
mm,
Um,
mm.
yeah,
The retreat's officially over, but then just chill out, and we'll still be around, so you can kind of hang out and just be in the space.
yeah.
Maybe offer that as a I don't know, as a standard or as an option. What do you think? An extra night?
I think that's a lovely thing to offer.
Mm. An
Just
extra night, yeah. That can
yeah,
also be like an order bump. Okay, so extra
yeah,
night,
true.
and that also gives them the chance to do the healing as well.
Yeah,
Like if you stay an extra night, then you'll have the time post retreat to book a session at leisure when we're not actually busy with it.
yeah.
But yeah, okay, all good. So I think we've discussed this before about the this whole story. So perhaps we don't need to go into it again. This was just a session that I ran last year about vaccinations, particularly because it
Yeah,
was particularly pertinent 6 months ago. And then what Jesus actually says about it in Workbook Lesson 76,
sure.
actually very specific about it.
Yeah,
Giving saying, well, do you really think that some fluid pushed into your veins, a sharper needle will ward off disease and death? This is insanity that thinks these things. So I think we can. Are you happy to kind of gloss over that
yeah,
to get through? You can read it, and there's a whole session on it if you want to listen to
yeah.
it, which we did last year. Okay, so onto the lesson then, which is you want to read that?
Light, true awareness, and joy and peace abide in me.
Okay, I think let's do it in Word in case we've got any edits. So here's the original Word document. Light and joy and peace abide in me. Do you want to read the first one?
You think you are the home of evil, darkness, and sin. You think if anyone could see the truth about you, he would be repelled, recoiling from you as if from a poisonous snake. You think if what is true about you were revealed to you, you would be struck with horror so intense that you would rush to death by your own hand, living on after seeing this being impossible. Wow.
Yeah, that's
Oh,
quite a strong opener there. Yeah, sure. It's like,
right.
whoa.
He's not pulling his punches today.
No, no. It's a good leader. And you kind of go, really? Did I really think that? But I think he's asking us to really, dive into the unconscious, this
Yes. Yeah.
unconscious mind that sits below the conscious awareness of most people,
Yeah.
and really look at what's in there and say, actually, maybe this is true. Maybe I do believe this. It's quite dramatic, rushing to death by your own hand. But I think we've all had suicidal thoughts at some point. I don't think there's one person alive who's lived for, into adulthood who hasn't at some point gone, just this, I can't deal with this shit. I want out of here. It's quite a common experience. So he's kind of bringing that in and saying, yeah, well, you want to kill yourself. So ego's a death wish. And think if anyone could see the truth about you, you would be repelled, recoiling from as if from a poisonous snake. Okay. But this is what's lurking in the unconscious mind of so many of us. It's like, yeah, we feel guilty, we feel evil, we feel sinful, and we don't want that to be exposed. So then we put on a mask and we cover it over, and we try and pretend that we're okay. But actually, underneath it, there's this very dark and limiting awareness, which we call ego, that we don't want revealed. So we cover it over and we hide. And he's saying, well, let's just have a look at that. Consider it then. In all of its ugliness. It's not a pretty picture, really. But he's calling it as it is. So it's a good opener. Do you want to read the alternatives? Not much to translate there.
You think that you are the home of evil, limited awareness and sin. You think if anyone could see the truth about you, he would be repelled, recoiling from you as if from a poisonous snake. You think if what is true about you were revealed to you, you would be struck with horror so intense that you would rush to death by your own hand, living on after seeing this being impossible. Right, so you might flirt with the idea of suicide because you're so disgusted with yourself, but then you somehow okay, that's a bit much, but I'll struggle on in this self-loathing.
Living on after seeing this being impossible. Yeah, I mean that's quite an interesting. It's like, okay, so even I think what he's saying here is even if you destroyed yourself, even if you killed yourself, you would still, there's no salvation. You live on. You'd live on.
Yeah.
After seeing this being impossible, and he's saying, well, then he goes on. These are beliefs so firmly fixed that it's difficult to see that they're based on nothing. That this is all craziness and insanity.
Yeah.
You've made mistakes. It's obvious that you've sought salvation in strange ways, have been deceived, deceiving, and afraid of foolish fantasies and savage dreams. Bowed down to idols made of dust. All this is true by what you now believe. So asking us to really look at these, this belief system, this really dark, limited belief system of the ego.
Quite so.
Okay, you want to read happy with number one?
Yeah, indeed. Yeah.
You want to read the number two's alternative?
These are beliefs so firmly fixed that it is difficult to help you see that they are based on nothing, that you have made mistakes is obvious, that you have sought freedom in strange ways, have been deceived, deceiving, and afraid of foolish fantasies and savage dreams, and have bowed down to idols made of dust. All this is true by what you now believe.
Shall we do a little translation of this, I think, maybe? Idols made of dust.
You have bowed down to...
What's an idol?
A false belief?
Yeah, exactly. So false beliefs.
Dusty false beliefs.
Yeah, or maybe change the dust because that's more metaphor. Made of interesting. So dust's like a referral to, the ashes to ashes, dust to dust, and out of the dust Adam was formed, isn't that? So I think maybe it's a kind of reference to that idea of form. Idols made of form.
Oh yeah.
Maybe.
Oh yeah.
Work. Idols made of form. Idols made of dust. Dust is kind of nothingness. He's trying to refer to the idea of nothingness. Made of.
But dust is something.
It's a form made of
Yeah.
insubstantial. I think that's kind of what he's trying to communicate with dust. It's insubstantial
form.
Does that work? I think.
Yeah, that does work.
Read that sentence again.
You that have
do you agree with freedom instead of salvation?
Salvation. Yeah.
That you've sought freedom. I thought better than awakening, because we don't, like in the ego, you're not thinking of awakening. You're actually thinking of freedom, that this will free you.
Yeah.
In strange way. We've been deceived.
Yes, that's right, because we believe that we're very awake. I had this discussion this morning about somebody who did not like me using awake and unawake and wakening up. Okay. That you have sought freedom in strange ways, have been deceived, deceiving and afraid of foolish fantasies and savage dreams, and have bowed down to false beliefs made of insubstantial form. All this is true by what you now believe. Yeah, it's holding it right up in front of us to see, is this actually what I believe? Yeah.
Maybe instead of made of false beliefs in insubstantial form, rather than made of. What do you think?
Neater.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, neater.
False beliefs in insubstantial form, because that's what we believe in.
And yes, I've bowed down to false beliefs in insubstantial form.
Yeah, I like that. I think it's more directly pointing to what he means. Idols made of dust. Okay. Any thoughts on that, or happy to move on?
I'm happy to move on.
Yeah. Just aware we've got a lot to get through, so we'll just
this is good. This pace is good.
Yeah.
Today we question this not from the point of view of what you think, but from a very different reference point, from which such idle thoughts are meaningless. These thoughts are not according to God's will. These weird beliefs he does not share with you. This is enough to prove they are wrong, but you do not perceive that this is so. Alternatively, today we question this not from the point of view of what you think, but from a very different reference point, from which such idle thoughts are meaningless. These thoughts are not according to perfect love's awareness. These weird beliefs it does not share with you. This is enough to prove they are wrong, but you do not perceive that this is true. This is so, because I am still stuck in my ego belief that I am deceived and deceiving, that I have put my faith in insubstantial matter.
Means instead of God's will, perfect love's awareness.
Yes.
And idle thoughts. Maybe we should change that to false. What do you think? False thoughts.
Let's read that. Today we question this not from the point of view of what you think, but from a very different reference point, from which such false thoughts are meaningless. I think that's better. Idle is quite a kind word.
I'm not sure he means it kindly, but
no, exactly.
It can be misinterpreted. Idle. Okay, so what does that mean? Idle wishes. Whereas false is just calling it for what it is. Such false thoughts are meaningless.
And actually, the in English, idling away the time is quite a pleasurable thing to do. What do you do?
Yeah.
Idling away the afternoon.
Yeah. Sort of a kind of a leisurely idea of leisure. Let's actually look up. Should we have a little look at what idle means? Always useful to
it's
sometimes
good
do
because
that.
we think we know what it means.
Yeah, idle meaning. Ask the Oxford Dictionary, because Google uses Oxford. Without purpose or effect, pointless. Avoiding work, lazy. Okay, so without purpose or effect, pointless. So that's quite nice. Maybe instead of idle, we say futile. How about that? Because that's really what he's meaning, I think. Idle, without purpose or effect, and pointless.
Without
Spend
purpose
time
and
doing nothing. Spend time doing nothing. Yeah. So that's the verb you're talking about.
yeah,
Poor men were idling outside the shop. But actually, I think the meaning he's meaning here is
yes,
without purpose or effect and pointless.
yes.
So from which such futile thoughts are meaningless. So it's futile. I think that's a
That's
better,
beautiful.
yeah, because idle can be misinterpreted.
Yeah,
Might, yeah, oh well, it's just idle that you're doing nothing. But actually, what he means is futile and pointless. Or we could use pointless. So much pointless thoughts are meaningless. No, I think futile is good there.
good. I
Yeah.
agree.
Okay.
Oh,
Any thoughts on that
mm,
paragraph?
shift your thoughts, shift your ideas. Look at this from another angle. These futile thoughts do not have any power. They're meaningless. It's not in accord with pure, perfect love's awareness. They're weird,
Weird beliefs. I don't
twisted,
know. Yeah, weird beliefs. Should we
weird.
keep weird, or we could say these twisted's
Oh,
quite. What do you think? Weird? Keep
I,
it?
I think weird has a good
Yes.
yeah
Just
bell to it.
well, what does weird actually mean?
Hmm,
It's quite good to actually look at the meaning of these words. Weird.
indeed.
Um, connected with fate. Okay, suggesting something supernatural or unearthly. Okay. Uh, Scottish, interesting. Yeah? A person's destiny.
Oh, what's to say
Interesting.
about archaic? Oh, the
Yeah.
weird sisters. That's Shakespeare referring to the weird sisters in Macbeth. The Scottish
Okay.
play.
So is that the archaic meaning?
Yes.
Person's destiny. Induce a sense of disbelief or alienation in someone. So suggesting something supernatural or unearthly.
Ooh.
That's an interesting weird belief. Suggesting something supernatural or unearthly. Maybe we should change it.
For
These
twisted.
these twisted
Okay.
or distorted beliefs.
Um.
Or keep weird. I mean, weird, I suppose. I think it has another meaning. Yeah, this has not really been given more definitions. Let's have a look.
Distorted the truth. Distorting the truth.
Hmm.
Distorted beliefs.
No, it was accurate. Just, is it the same kind of meaning as weird? Weird. These strange beliefs. Maybe strange. Weird. Strange beliefs. I don't know. Well, we don't want to dwell too much on it. What do you
Does
think?
not
Keep
smell
the
it.
original or strange? Change it.
Strange.
Hmm. Given what the meaning of weird actually is, supernatural, unearthly. I don't think that's what he means. The word, it's like weird. It's just like really strange, distorted, peculiar. There's lots of English words actually you could
Yes.
use.
Peculiar is good as well, but
Peculiar
strange.
beliefs.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Peculiar beliefs.
peculiar beliefs. Oh, interesting. We're getting some learning on the English language as well. Different to what is normal or expected, strange, particular or special. different to what is normal or expected. Although the ego is kind of normal or expected. Don't know. What do you think? I'll leave it up to you. Which word do we go with?
Strange.
Okay, strange it is.
Why would you not be overjoyed to be assured that all the evil that you think you did was never done, that all your sins are nothing, that you are as pure and holy as you were extended, and that light and joy and peace abide in you? Your image of yourself cannot withstand the will of God. You think that this is death, but it is life. You think that you're destroyed, but you are saved. So I see that in that first sentence, extended was substituted for the word created.
Yeah, that was a mistake. It should have, the original was created.
Okay, that you are as pure and holy as you were created. Alternatively, why would you not be overjoyed to be assured that all the evil you think you did was never done, that all your sins are nothing, that you are as pure and holy as you were extended, and that true awareness and joy and peace abide in you? Your image of yourself cannot withstand the pure formless awareness of perfect love. You think that this is death, but it is life. You think you are destroyed, but you are awakened. Yeah, exactly. Like it's not your death. It's not, because that's not possible. Because I am pure formless awareness of perfect love. But what's happening is my belief in separation is dying a painful death. It feels painful sometimes. It feels impossible to let it go. Otherwise, who would I be?
Well, exactly.
That's a strange belief of mine, that if my ego went away, there would be nothing left. It's convincing me that I am being destroyed, like a Dalek, or. But this is not. This is false. It's my awakening.
Yeah, exactly. This is why there's so much resistance, because the ego is like, no, this is death. I'm going to cease to exist, and then I'll cease to be, and so then we resist the pure formless awareness, as though it was a threat, as though it was, it was death, when it's actually awakening to eternal life. It's completely upside down, backwards, but that's what we perceive.
Yeah.
When in fact the ego is death, because the ego is going to kill us eventually.
Yes.
And that's guaranteed. And if you believe in it, the body's going to die, and everything that you believed in is going to come to nothing, because eventually it all just falls apart, doesn't it? And it's totally upside down. But he's just highlighting it and saying, well, just look at it. That's what you believe. But actually, you're not destroyed. You're awakened. You're just freed from this false belief. It's hijacked your mind. That's continuously causing you all this pain and suffering and death over and over and over again. You do this. You're so stubborn that you won't accept the truth of who you are, and just let go of this ridiculous idea that you're separate from your source. It's a crazy mad idea, but that's what keeps you here. That's what keeps the human story going, and that's what runs the world. This idea that we somehow separate from our source, and we all resist it, and think that the ego's salvation, even though it's obvious it's going to kill us eventually. It doesn't make any sense. When he points it out, like with this kind of logic, you go, yeah, well, I have to see your point of view, Yeshua. What you're saying must be true. And it's just to accept it on the deepest level of, okay, well, that means that I'm not Iona, I'm not Jono. It's just not true. It's a delusion. that self-concept that I've held my whole life. I remember when I was going through some serious, awakening. The ego was being really pushed hard. This was about 5 years ago, no more, 7 years ago. And I remember having this thought of like, oh my God, Jono, I actually said this to myself in my mind, Jono, this stuff's gonna kill you. I had that thought. It was like, and then immediately, like the other part of my mind, the Holy Spirit kind of came in and said, yeah, well, that's kind of the whole point. Is you know the ego has to die. It can't, you can't carry on in the ego belief that you Jono, and awaken. You want enlightenment. This is what it's about. The drill. I mean, conceptually I knew, yeah, the ego's got to die, but it's like, yeah, well, that thought comes in, and it feels like the fear of death upon you.
Yes.
And like really pretty hectic, pretty intense. I mean, the ego is under serious threat. And I remember having times where I was just like, Jesus, I can't bear this anymore. It's like, it's so intense. This energy, like coming up against this, this death wish that wants to pretend that it's actually you. And the fear of the undoing of it. It was quite extraordinary. It was really, extremely difficult. And you go, how can just what's going on in your mind create so much, mental conflict? But it can, because you're facing the fundamental identity crisis. And but you go through it. Once you face that, it's like, okay, you're getting to that point of, well, what do I want? Do I want this, or am I actually willing to do this? And like really go into this, and not just lip service. Oh yes, it's an illusion, and you have the theory of, yeah, well, the ego's got to die, and you can speak it, but are you actually willing to go there and do this, and just undo this ego? So it's got to cease to exist. So Jono, the character, ceases to be. And it's quite, it's quite intense. This isn't for the faint-hearted, but that's what you have to face. In the end, everyone's got to face that and say, no, I actually choose not to be Jono. I don't, no other character. I don't want to be another character in another dream either. The Jono character, whatever the character is, I'm willing to collapse it and say, no, I'm out of here. And that's what this brings you to. Which is
you're onto bigger things.
Yeah, is the choice, and you can't really fudge it. I mean, I've heard like even experienced teachers like Ram Dass. I was listening to him the other day, and I was like, really? No, that's just too dualistic. It's like, well, all you have to do is accept that there's another point of view, that there is another self, but you don't have to choose against the ego. You can keep both. I'm going, no, Ram Dass, you can't ultimately. Yeah, that's a starting point. Maybe it's like leading people into it. But ultimately, you got to make the choice. You can't have both of these entities which completely contradict themselves, contradict each other in your mind and be sane. So maybe he was just kind of easing people into saying, well, you just have to kind of open up to it, and you don't have to let go of the ego. But ultimately, you do. That's the truth of the matter. So you can sugarcoat it all you like for people. But in the end, it comes down to that, yeah, well, it's this or that. I've got to choose. And the ego cannot go with me into pure formless awareness. It's a choice between these realities, which Jesus is just calling it straight. He's saying, look, this is what it is. You can't fudge this. You can try many spiritual paths that try and compromise and say, well, you can have both, but in the end, you must choose. So why not? Let's just get to the point. Let's stop beating around the bush, and let's just get to the point in this lesson and just tell it to you straight. And that's what he's doing throughout the course, saying, look, just you have to choose. There's no ambiguity or equivocation. It's one or the other here. So you might as well get it over with. Yeah. Face the difficulty and just do it and say, okay, I get it. I've been trying to fudge it for my whole life, maybe many lifetimes, and not make the choice. But that's why I'm still here, because I've never made that very clear choice. No, okay, I'm done with the human condition. It's over. The whole thing is gone. That means it's all got to go. Everything that you think you value here as well. The nice bits, it's got to go too, because that doesn't exist in pure formless awareness. And that's where a lot of us struggle. The bad bits. Oh, okay, I'm willing to let go of the fear and the pain but the good bits, the friendships, the connections we've had, lovely walks in nature, all of that's got to go too. You can't take that with you into eternity. So that's often where we hit resistance. It's like, oh, but I quite like the nice parts. I'd like to keep those bits, but do away with the ugly bits. But unfortunately, it's a package deal. You have to accept the whole of the ego's thought system, or not at all. That's what he's really saying. That's what awakening means.
Okay.
just in case you didn't get that already.
Just in case I was
that's what he's saying.
Some nice bits.
Mm.
The self you made is not the Son of God. Therefore, the self does not exist at all. And anything it seems to do and think means nothing at all. Means nothing. It is neither bad nor good. It is unreal and nothing more than that. It does not battle with the Son of God. It does not hurt him nor attack his peace. It has not changed creation nor reduced eternal sinlessness to sin and love to hate. What power can this self you made possess when it would contradict the will of God? Right. Alternatively, the self you made is not the extension of perfect love. Therefore, this self does not exist at all. And anything it seems to do and think means nothing. It is neither bad nor good. It is unreal and nothing more than that. It does not battle with the extension of perfect love. It does not hurt her nor attack her peace. It has not changed creation nor reduced eternal sinlessness to sin and love to hate. What power can this self you made possess when it would contradict the pure formless awareness of perfect love? It's like, why would you do this? Why would you identify with this self?
Yeah.
When it's nothing. And all my puny efforts to hurt, attack, change, it has not changed creation.
Do we want to change that? I think maybe make that beingness. How about that?
Yeah. It has not changed beingness, nor reduced eternal sinlessness to sin and love to hate. Yeah. It's futile. And I'm spending such a lot of energy trying.
Yeah, desperately to deny the truth of pure formless awareness of perfect love. That's actually what I truly want, because in that there's everything's perfect. There's no suffering, no sickness, no death. I'm perfectly at peace forever. Why would I just really, the more you look at the ego, you go, why would I choose this?
Why would I choose
that?
Yeah.
A little self, that I think I have, set in opposition to this pure formless awareness of perfect love. That's so limited, so contracted, so just so difficult to live with this. Just think of all the difficulty you've had in your life. Well, that's all coming from the false self. Why would you choose that again? Oh my God, surely you're just saying, wake up from this nightmare and just accept, the will of God, or this pure formless awareness of perfect love that is there.
Yeah.
It's a given, it's there in your mind, and it's your true nature, your inheritance. All you have to do is accept it.
Yes.
And yet, that's the struggle we have, isn't it? To accept this over the mad self that we've made seems to be a real struggle, because that self doesn't go. It doesn't want to go, does it? The little self, small self, No, 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 I'm in charge here. This is who I am. And it's just made up of a bunch of false thoughts and beliefs that really don't serve you at all.
Wow.
Any thoughts on that?
Well,
Apart from wow.
this bunch of false thoughts and beliefs.
They don't really exist at all. It's just like
Yeah.
thought. We think of our ego thoughts as real, but he's saying to us they don't really exist at all. It's not really real thought. You think it is. You think, and so you think this is all real, but
Yeah.
just like illusory thought.
Yeah.
Not no substance. There's no source to it.
Uh-huh.
You're just kind of spinning around in this crazy dream with no source to these thoughts. It's just mad and chaotic, disconnected from source, and you think that this is reality, and you think this is yourself, and it paints a pretty awful picture of what the ego is.
Mm.
It's like, hey, there's no source to it. There's no substance to it. It doesn't really exist. I'm just spinning around thinking these mad thoughts, and they're really nothing. They mean nothing. I'm caught up in a mad dream. That's really what he's saying. You start to get the picture. It's quite
Yeah.
shocking. And sobering. But this is the only way you're going to awaken.
And that's right. I think I'm shocked and sobered all over again.
Mm.
And I'm a bit more used now to kind of meeting these waves as the course unfolds.
Mm.
And I was a bit stuck for words there.
Yeah.
Apart from wow.
Wow.
I can see the first sentence of the next paragraph.
Yeah. You happy to move on?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Your sinlessness is guaranteed by God. Over and over, this must be repeated until it is accepted. It is true. Your sinlessness is guaranteed by God. Nothing can touch it or change what God extended as eternal. The self you made, evil, oh yes. Or
I did a change of a global replace. And
yeah. The self you made, evil and full of sin, is meaningless. Your sinlessness is guaranteed by God, and light and joy and peace abide in you, which is the chapter heading. Light
Yeah.
and joy,
Yeah.
light and
Yeah.
joy and peace abide in you.
Yeah.
Alternatively, pure formless awareness of perfect love guarantees your sinlessness. Over and over, this must be repeated until it is accepted. It is true. Your sinlessness is guaranteed by pure formless awareness of perfect love. Nothing can touch it or change what pure formless awareness of perfect love extended as eternal. The self you made, evil and full of sin, is meaningless. Your sinlessness is guaranteed by pure formless awareness of perfect love, and true awareness and joy and peace abide in you.
Okay. Thoughts on that?
This is the good news, that if I give up my belief in nothingness, in meaningless struggle, meaningless fight to try and obliterate pure formless awareness, that actually I was going to say success is guaranteed, and I guess that's success in terms of realizing my sinlessness, that it is here, it's constant.
Mm.
Yeah.
It's your true awareness. Your true nature is pure formless awareness of perfect love.
Yeah.
And you simply have to return your mind to that awareness. It's so simple. And yet, the obstacle is the little self. That's the problem. It's sitting in the way going, no, you're evil, you're guilty, you're sinful, all these ideas.
Yeah.
And he's going, it's all ridiculous. It's nonsense. Whatever you think you've done, it's just a dream. It's just a dream. You are having a bad dream. Whatever you did in the dream is meaningless. So you're not guilty. You cannot be guilty. You are forgiven. So forgiveness is just the awareness, the bringing into mind of our sinlessness again, in the face of this guilt and sin and fear complex that the ego has convinced us. Oh, you've really done this. And the only way out of this is to say, but it never happened. It's just a dream. There's no other way. Because if you think it's happened, then, well, sin is real, guilt is real, and those thoughts dominate your mind, and pure formless awareness is denied in that process. So there's really no other way than this radical forgiveness or letting go process that he's teaching us. If you're honest about it, I mean, like, there is no other way. So then it's very simple. Well, just do this then. If this is the only way, then just okay. He's telling us straight, there's no other way. You've got to forgive or let go. However you do that, whether you do that within a Buddhist tradition or you're a Sufi mystic or you just, someone like an Eckhart Tolle who just kind of has a massive kind of let go experience. Like, you have to let it go. However you're going to do this, you have to let go of the separate self and all of its thoughts and beliefs. There's no other way to do this. So he's just going directly into the heart of it and saying, okay, well, this is what you got to do. And this course is designed to help you achieve that one thing. You got to let go of all these thoughts. Your belief in all of these thoughts and emotions that make up the separate self. That's the only way. So let's just get with it and just do this and not fiddle around with all kinds of distractions. That's a lot of spiritual paths offer to keep you busy in the dream and that's not getting to the crux of the matter, which is the separate self.
Yes, keep us busy in the dream. That's exactly it. And we can have what we think are, pleasurable, distracting events, and we think that everything is well in the dream. Well, no, I think that everything is well in the dream, and on we go. But more and more, as I look at what is manifesting in front of me, I can see through it more. Yes.
Yeah. The dream is not what you want. You don't want to continue dreaming. This is what he's saying. Wake up from the dream.
Wake up
because it's not ever going to satisfy you. Your little self and the dream it's made is never going to work. Never ever going to work. I mean, that's the realization he's asking us to come to. So why am I continuing with this when it's never going to work? It's only going to be painful, sinful, guilt, sin, fear, attack, death. This is what the dream is. And the nice bits only cover over all of that. They convince you, the ego's convinced you, oh, okay, well, it's a good deal because you can have these little scraps that it throws.
There's little kind of scraps of enjoyment, and some of them are intense enjoyments, really intense loves and intensely beautiful. But I'm reminded of that ego timeline diagram, pull us down.
I'll bring it up if you like.
Again and again.
So the cunning of the ego is it doesn't just give you the bad stuff.
Yeah.
It gives you some good stuff that's thrown in there. Because otherwise, if it was all bad, we'd go, okay, this is just obviously hell. So I'm out of here. It's terrible. There's nothing good about it. But it gives you some apparently good stuff.
Yes.
And those are forgiveness lessons too. Even the good things are like, okay, but I'm not attached to the form of it. It doesn't mean you can't have an enjoyable experience.
Yeah.
Like you're in nature or whatever. But don't go, oh, actually, it's the experience that's giving it to me. I need the nature to have the enjoyment, because now you've got another attachment developing, which then pulls you back. You don't have walks in nature in pure formless awareness. Nature doesn't exist. There's no walking. There's no body to walk. There's no world to walk in. There's no nature outside of you. That doesn't exist there. So if you really want that, guess what? You have to come back here to have that experience. That now becomes another karmic tie that pulls you back into another incarnation, another timeline. Because, oh no, I like walks in nature. Okay, well, you have to come here then, but then you have to have a body, and you have to accept birth and death, and you have to accept the suffering. And nature is hardly a nice thing. It's not
I
a
know,
good thing.
I know.
Nature's
And I
incredibly cool. People go, the beauties of nature. Oh my goodness. Just look, have a look at this. Everything in nature is feeding on everything else all the time. Things are being born and dying all the time within that construct. And it's brutal. One thing's got to die for another to live. Just see a kill and see a lion ripping the guts out of a living
yeah,
impala. And
yeah,
not pretty, is it?
yeah, that's true. And I still want to walk in nature to feel the wind in my face and to get oxygen and peace away from my egoic projections onto others. And that's that feels like taking care of the form that I'm inhabiting.
But is it, ask yourself, is it really the nature that's doing it, or is it just an opening? It's you going out of your normal environment and your normal pattern of thought and behavior, and nature provides the catalyst for an opening in your own mind. That's what it's doing. So your experience is a more expanded one when you're in nature, and you use nature as the tool, one of the tools to facilitate that.
Yes.
But it's actually a change in your state of mind when you go into nature.
Definitely.
So now go, okay, but it's not really the nature that's doing it.
Oh, yeah.
It's actually a shift in my own mind and my own perception.
For sure.
And I'm using nature as a way to facilitate that.
Yes.
Which is okay as an intermediary step. That's fine.
Yeah.
You can use magic temporarily as part of but in the end, you got to go, I don't need that. I can actually be that. I can be that expanded self wherever I am. I can be on my sofa. I can be in Vanessa's kitchen. I can be, wherever it is, and I can carry that with me because it's my true nature. It doesn't go away.
And that has been one of the fastest, quickest, most joyful lessons, actually, because the idea of, oh, look at the beautiful, I've got to go, I've got to be there, I've got to experience it, has been a constant biting my heels for most of my life. I'm wasting my time sitting in here. What am I doing? What am I doing? And that was very much a conditioned state of my parents' own anxiety about, oh my God, oh, we must get out. Look there's the sun, sort of thing.
Yeah.
Understandable
of being in Scotland, I guess. When the sun comes out, yes, hallelujah. Let's go enjoy it.
Exactly. Drop everything and make the most of it. But then
the truth of the matter is your inner state is not dictated by the weather. How can it be if you're pure formless awareness?
Yeah.
So it's looking at that. It's not saying don't do these things, don't go and walk in nature, but drop the attachment to it. Like you walk in nature, you don't walk in nature. So play with it. Go one day when it's really nice and you're like, oh no, really go, okay, I'll sit indoors. Play with it.
Jonathan, I am right now, these hours that I'm sitting indoors, being in this lovely cabin, it's like outside, inside, inside, outside, and I don't feel disconnected at all. But this is a massive switch for me.
Really? You should normally go, I have to go out. It's time to go for a walk or
yeah. It would be like this frantic snapping and I get out, off you go. No such thing as bad weather, just the wrong clothes. Get out.
Right. So sitting with it is part of the transformation then for you.
Oh yeah.
Just face that belief and say, no, I don't have to get out to feel good. That's because that's really the pattern, isn't it? I have to get out and be in nature to feel better. Yeah. And then if you keep playing the pattern, you keep telling yourself, oh well, I need that experience in order to do this. And then there's a desire, craving, addiction pattern, in developing, which is another karmic bind. That attachment will pull you back into the timeline, unfortunately.
Yes.
So if you really want to free yourself of all of it, You know, it's a pretty radical. That's why a lot of people don't like this, because it's so like, okay, it's this or it's that. You can't mix them, and ultimately you got to let go of all of it. But the freedom that you experience here, I mean, you've tasted this. It's like, oh, that's just so, I'm free of all
Sublime.
of it. Sublime. It's like, what can you say? Like, walks in nature are nice, but can it really touch that absolute bliss and ecstasy of being in pure formless awareness? Nothing really can.
Wherever I am.
Yeah. So this is what
Whatever,
he's saying.
whatever is going on. I mean, in our conversation over the weekend, I remember talking about this. Imagine this feeling invulnerable. Whatever is going on, whatever apparently is going on all around. Imagine just feeling invulnerable in that place of love and pure formless awareness.
And there's
Yeah.
nothing that can compare. This is the divine ecstasy. It's like that's actually in the end all you want is that state of mind. And he's saying, well, you can have it for eternity.
Yeah. Yes.
Forever. Like
Yes.
it'll never stop. It's always on. There's no fluctuations. There's no changes. It's mind blowing. I mean, he's saying that eternal bliss is yours if you just will let go of your little self. Like, surely this is a good deal. I mean, why wouldn't compare it with the timeline? I mean, look at the average human life. I just took a few hypothetical situations, but this kind of stuff happens all the time to people. You look at what's on there, major childhood trauma, death of a parent, you had a rejection by your first special love, then you got married to a surrogate parent because you felt like your parent. This is what happens in human life. Major adult trauma, you have a messy divorce because you realize that you married your surrogate parents. It didn't really make you happy. Another major adult trauma, you lost your job, then you had a heart attack. And maybe you had a little success, you sold your business. Then you have the existential crisis of retirement. Then you have some illness like cancer, and then you die. And
Yay.
that would be sort of I'm sure there's someone who's lived a very similar life to that. Similar events. This is what human life offers you. And you go, really? Like, I want that over pure formless awareness? Am I mad? If you were offered this before you signed up, would you go, yeah, absolutely. That sounds like a good deal. I'll go and I'll do that for 80 years of my experience, rather than just stay in pure formless awareness. It doesn't make any sense when you look at it laid out like that. And look at your own life. I mean, it might be a useful exercise to put your own life on the timeline.
Yeah.
And just say, okay, so that's wow. Okay, look at Iona's life. Is this something I really want to do again?
I
If I was
actually
offered this,
Yeah,
if I was offered this in another lifetime, would you accept?
yeah, would you have signed up for this? I actually have. I think last year. Yeah. Yeah, I did do this.
Did you?
Yeah,
Okay.
I did. Yeah,
Interesting exercise.
yeah, it was really interesting to have a couple of strong coffees.
It might be an interesting process to get people to do on the retreat, I'm thinking.
That's a very good idea.
Draw your timeline, okay? So draw all the major things.
That's a very good.
And then say, well, the alternative is, this blue circle. You've ignored that, but in every situation, you can correct your mind and say, this isn't me. I'm not the timeline. I'm not defined by this story that I've invented. And look at your timeline honestly and go, is this really what I want? Do I really want to, have all this drama and pain and suffering going on? And then you get them to change their mind, because that's, if you look at it, I think what Jesus is doing is he's laying it out for us so clearly that he's saying, well, if you really get what I'm saying, you must change your mind. There's no way you can hold on to the ego if you understand the cost of it. The consequences of the thought system are disastrous. He says your dream of death and disaster. This is a disastrous thought system if you really lay it out. Compared with pure formless awareness, it is a disaster. So why are you attached to the disaster? Why don't you just give it up and go into the your true awareness?
Yeah. Okay.
All right. So happy with
Yeah.
number 6. Move on to 7.
Salvation requires the acceptance of but one thought. You are as God created you, not what you made of yourself. Whatever evil you may think you did, you are as God created you. Whatever mistakes you made, the truth about you is unchanged. Creation is eternal and unalterable. Your sinlessness is guaranteed by God. You are and will forever be exactly as you were created. Light and joy and peace abide in you because God put them there. Alternatively, awakening requires the acceptance of but one thought. You are as pure formless awareness or perfect love extended you. You are as. Yeah. Not what you made of yourself. Whatever evil you may think you did, you are as pure formless awareness of perfect love extended you. Whatever mistakes you made, the truth about you is unchanged. Beingness is eternal and unalterable. Your sinlessness is guaranteed by pure formless awareness of perfect love. You are and will forever be exactly as you were extended. True awareness and joy and peace abide in you because pure formless awareness of perfect love put them there. Well,
Getting a lot of wows today.
Yes, it's a real wow day. It's sinking in every time, again and again. You are as pure formless. I am as pure formless awareness created me. Whatever mistakes, whatever I think I did, you are unchangeable in this perfection.
And you just need to accept it. So simple.
Accept it.
That's all.
You need to accept
Awakening is just acceptance of that, and then the rejection of the alternative, which is the ego's story that you're not, and that sin and guilt and fear and attack and its thought system is real. And it's that simple. It's one or the other here. Again, he's just highlighting that and saying, but whatever you believe, you are this. And you cannot change that. This pure formless awareness of perfect love will remain forever a potential in your mind. You cannot destroy it or obliterate it. You can only cover it over.
So the question is, why are you really spending this life struggling and gasping against this reality? Why are you doing this? Why am I doing this?
Because the ego has taught you that its thought system is somehow freedom and salvation. This is going to work for you, even though it's obvious that it's not. If you really look at all the struggle and the suffering and the pain it's caused you, and yet we're addicted to it. We can't see the wood for the trees until we have a clear teaching, like you come to A Course in Miracles or another good non-dual teaching. You continue believing that somehow this is going to work, and I can kind of be spiritual. A lot of people do that, I can kind of be spiritual, and I can, some of these ideas are nice, and I can go to workshops and retreats and feel a bit better about myself temporarily. But I don't have to give up my separate self. I'm not going to go there. I'm still defining myself as a separate person and human, and the kind of spiritual stuff is a bit of icing on the top of a rotten cake, really. And of course, that's not going to work. This is why most spiritual paths, if they're dualistic, doesn't work, because you're just icing the rotten cake of the separate self and trying to sugarcoat it and make it feel a bit better about itself temporarily. but you're not really getting to the core of the issue, which is, well, you believe you have a separate self. And until you're willing to undo that belief, the disaster will continue, because it's the belief that's causing all of your problems.
The rot comes from within. When you said that, it's the icing on the rotten cake. Something is rotten in the state of Denmark.
Yeah. And no amount of sugar coating it is gonna fix it. You cannot fix the separate self, and you cannot fix the world. This is what he's saying. You just got to get out of here. In the end, you have to make the choice to leave.
Did you ever think of calling your course Ego Anonymous?
Yeah, we could have that as a byline,
Yes, yes.
Anonymous. Yeah, I have a perceptual problem.
Yes, exactly. You could have the little friends of Jono badge, or
Yeah. Well, maybe on the retreat, we'll get people to admit. We'll say, hi, my name is whatever.
Yes.
I have a perceptual problem. I'm here because I have a perceptual problem. I believe I'm something I'm not.
Yes.
And as a result, my life's not really working very well.
I'm addicted to ego, and
I'm addicted to a separate self.
What really planted itself in me, I think, was the phrase, "We are addicted to the outside world." Because I spend a lot of time staring out the window, say, "Oh my God, it's beautiful over there," instead of no. Okay.
Whatever the body's eyes show you. I mean, yesterday's lesson was a good one. Did you read it?
Yes.
About the body's eyes, and saying this is all you think. This is real. You think the body's eyes are showing you reality.
Yeah.
I mean, this is a fundamental perceptual problem, isn't it? Like, everything I see is not really there. Wow. Okay, that's a mind-blowing perceptual problem. So everything I'm now thinking as a result of what I think I'm seeing is false. Wow. Okay. So this is the game. This is what I'm caught up in, this fundamental false illusory reality. I think it's real. I'm trying to kind of find a way to make this work.
Yeah.
And it's never going to work because it's all false. And he's just asking us to see that. And this, this kind of teaching, there's nowhere to hide for the ego. That's why he's so explicit. You can't hide away somewhere and go, oh, well, I can still maintain my ego belief if you're listening to a lesson like this. I mean, it's just no way. You've got to just see it for what it is, and either accept it or not, which is why a lot of people will go, oh, no, it's not for me. I'm out of here. Because if I'm exposed to this, I have to, in the end, I have to accept the truth. If you keep doing these kinds of lessons and you stick with it, your ego's got to go. So then it's defense will be, oh, I'm going to run away and just won't join the sessions and do this, because if I do it, it's the end. It's game over.
It is the end.
You can't sustain your ego if you do this course properly.
We're going to have to market this well. There's no point in saying welcome to the end of your world. By the way, that's
no, you don't necessarily say that up front. People you talk about the benefits, peace, love, joy, peace, love, joy, flow. They'll discover as they go deeper into it. Maybe that was Ram Dass's methodology. I don't know, but I kind of got the sense that he wasn't actually there himself. He didn't get it. You know what I mean? There was still duality going on in his own mind.
Yeah.
Rather than like, okay, actually no. Ultimately, because how can you say that? I couldn't say that. I just couldn't say, like, how can you speak? You can't awaken people by speaking falsehoods. You got to speak the truth.
He's very charismatic and attractive and funny.
He's a really good speaker. But then you unpack the thought system behind. You go, there's still it's dualistic. You're saying, well, you can have both as long as you acknowledge there's another way. Now you have the split mind, okay, but that's not really going to help you ultimately, because you got to decide between them. It's no good saying, awareness of there's another thought system is a start, but you can't maintain sanity and have these two ideas which is completely opposed each other in your mind and be sane. So you must ultimately choose. And this is what a pure non-dual teaching is getting you to do. Say, okay, well, you gotta choose, and let's not fudge it anymore. Let's just go straight into this, because this doesn't get easy in another life. You're gonna have to make the same choice in another life.
Yeah. Are we going to prolong the agony, or are we going to do the work now?
Yeah, get it over with in this life, because the equation's not going to change in another life. It's going to be the same stuff, and you're going to have to go through the same kind of learning. You're going to have to forget it all, be born again, and then try and figure it all out again. Come to a point sometime in another lifetime where you have to make the same choice. So why not just do it now?
Okay, so the rest of it is about exercise periods. Yeah. Do you want me to read?
Yeah, we can. Well, then he goes on to 9. Yeah, read it, because then he goes. There's some quite good stuff here.
Okay.
Later on, so.
Okay, in our longer exercise periods today, which would be most profitable if done for the first 5 minutes of every waking hour, begin by stating the truth about your beingness. True awareness and joy and peace abide in me. My sinlessness is guaranteed by pure formless awareness of perfect love. Then put away your foolish self-images and spend the rest of the practice period in trying to experience what pure formless awareness of perfect love has given you in place of what you have decreed for yourself.
Foolish self-images. So here's the thing, you listen to David Hoffmeister, he says it quite nicely. Like the world, the universe, cosmos, whatever you want to call it, is a projection of your self-concept.
Yeah.
So everything that you see, these self-images you see projected out onto the screen that the ego's made up, are all foolish self-images that you've bought into, that you believe. They seem to be real because they appear as characters in the dream, other people, places, events, circumstances, but it's all part of the foolish self-concept that you've made to replace pure formless awareness. Which is why you got to lay them all aside, let them all go, and say put them away, because it's all part of a very foolish thought system that's not serving you at all. And so try to experience this pure formless awareness of perfect love. Go within and experience what that feels like. And the more you do that, the more you'll choose that over any images. Because all images are even if they're mental images, it's all a replacement for that pure formless awareness. It's a covering over it. And it starts with that, the images in your mind, and then those get projected onto the screen of time and space to convince you that actually it's all real. I mean, isn't that just so ingenious? Now it all gets projected out, and you see it outside of yourself, and you believe that it is outside of yourself, when actually it's projected out of your mind. It's like, oh my goodness. No wonder we got confused, because we've literally gone out of our minds. And we still are out of our minds. As long as you believe, that there's something outside of you, well, you're out of your mind. And we call this reality, and we call this sanity. The entire world is out of its mind. You got to laugh, haven't you? It's just, and all these people who take themselves so seriously. I mean, look at a politician or something. They really think that they are that character. They're so identified with, but they're just completely out of their mind. They have no idea who or what they are. So, of course, how can you expect sanity from someone who doesn't know who they are? And they have a fundamental perception problem. They misperceive everything, and now they're making up the rules and laws, and they're supposedly governing. And you're like, you have no idea what you're doing. It's like the blind leading the blind down the ego's dark alley into nowhere, the road to nowhere. So you got to kind of laugh at it. It's quite funny when you see it from. It's just like, oh, you have no idea who you are and what you're doing. So all the titles of like you prime minister or you whatever, present. You have no idea. You got no clue at all. And you really aren't that at all. You're not prime minister. You're just lost in your ego. So yeah, this is why spiritual teachers are not necessarily welcomed in the halls of power, because it's like, who do you think you are? Or you really think you're the queen? Really?
Yeah.
Seriously? You buy this whole stuff? It doesn't kind of play into the worldly authorities and all the protocols and stuff, because actually you're just confused. You have no idea who you are.
I was just imagining, as soon as you said that, just imagining standing up in the House of Commons and giving a speech, on this. Wow.
It would be interesting, wouldn't it?
Mm.
Actually, all of you are out of your minds. You have no idea who you are. So how do you think you can govern and make any kind of sensible rules when you have no idea who you are and what reality is? You all have a fundamental perceptual problem. You need to come on a retreat and learn who you are. We need an intense, 10-day retreat to it's never going to work, is it?
Well, I think that the quote by Einstein actually has, that's a real showstopper of a name. People stop when you drop in the E word, when you drop an E.
Yeah.
It's what are you talking about? Right. Okay. Yeah. He says that we can't. It's gone. Solve a problem on the same
significant problems we face cannot be solved at the same level of thinking
created.
Yeah.
Yes, and I think that's absolutely magnificent. And what a springboard to jump into an amazing conversation that could be rebutted at every level.
But then the level, so that's a pointer, but then what he's actually saying is so profound.
Yeah, exactly.
Same level. Okay, so what is he talking about? It's another level of reality. Okay, so what's that other level of reality? Oh, okay, well, actually none of this exists. Your separate self that's invented an entire false world doesn't exist. So you can't solve the problems that it's created at this level of illusion with that same self. The only answer is to go into pure formless awareness. That's what that quote points you to. Whether Einstein fully understood what he was saying, maybe he did, maybe he didn't. I think he was awakening. I'm not sure he fully accepted, the absolute truth of it is so mind-blowing, even for a scientist. Even for a very high, he was a very intelligent man and he was philosophical. But to actually get to that point of, okay, none of this is real. I've been studying an illusion my entire life. My theories of relativity, all of this is actually meaningless. It's just part of a construct of the mind spinning us around, trying to find the answer within the dream world, which we never will, which is why he got stuck. He couldn't find a grand unified theory because you can't find a grand unified theory of separation. It's never going to happen. You have to look outside the construct of it. But then you're no longer a scientist, you're a mystic.
I still think it's an amazing thing, sentence to quote.
Yeah.
If you're wanting to widen the conversation, get an engagement.
Yeah. It's a good starting point. Because a lot of people go, okay, well, we respect Einstein, he was a scientist.
Yes, exactly. Like big respect, for it's like, okay, yes, that is somebody I would want to know more about. Sometimes the word Jesus, it's just like a big turn off. It's just what is the hook? Oh, maybe Einstein.
Well, maybe I'll use that in my talk.
I think so.
Promotion, it's all about that's the hero's journey. Significant problems we face. Can be solved the same. That leads you straight into the hero's journey, doesn't it?
Quite exactly. And then quoting the all the movies, the Lord of the Rings, the Matrix, and another one that I'm sure you
just want to inspire people to do it. You don't necessarily want to reveal the whole thing to them because it might scare them away.
Exactly. It's
like, oh God, he's actually suggesting that I give up my separate self.
That's
Oh, no,
right.
no.
No,
That's not a
it's
good
like
idea at all.
steady the horses. Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
So
Okay.
you just want to get them to take the first step, and
Mm.
then the abyss comes later. Even though you put it in the, it's like, okay, that's coming. That's where we're heading here. But let's just start with a baby step of stepping out of your comfort zone into the unknown.
Yeah.
We'll get to the abyss down the line, maybe in the retreat, because people do. You can really in a short period of time with these intense immersion processes, you can take people into that where there's
I
like
know.
a real undoing and a dark night of the soul.
You know.
And that's what the retreat's designed to actually do. If you can
Yeah.
facilitate that in 5 days,
Yeah.
and then they come out the other side and they go, oh, well, actually, I didn't die. I'm still alive. And actually, I feel a whole lot freer and lighter, more so than I've ever before. Well, something's happened. Maybe
Yeah.
I should continue on. Anyway, speaking of which, shall we crack
Okay.
on
Yeah,
with
we're
number
gonna
9?
click on. You are what God created, or what you made. One self is true, the other is not there. Try to experience the unity of your one self. Try to appreciate its holiness and the love from which it was created. Try not to interfere with the self which God created as you by hiding its majesty behind the tiny idols of evil and sinfulness you have made to replace it. Let it come into its own. Here you are, this is you, and light and joy and peace abide in you because this is so. Alternatively, you are what pure formless awareness of perfect love extended, or what you made. One self is true, the other is not there. Try to experience the unity of your one self. Try to appreciate its pure formless awareness and the love from which it was extended. Try not to interfere with the self which pure formless awareness of perfect love extended as you by hiding its majesty behind the tiny idols of evil and sinfulness you have made to replace it. Let it come into its own. Here you are, this is you, and true awareness and joy and peace abide in you because this is so. Oh, so beautiful.
Mm.
Wow. Yeah.
So it's genius really, because he's telling us, he leads in with that horrible story of the ego. This is what you believe,
Mm.
and then he's just saying, but here's the truth about you, and I'm just going to tell it to you straight in these beautiful words.
Mm.
So hopefully you start to accept it. There's something starts in your mind to go, yeah, what he's holding out for me here is just amazing. Why
Mm.
wouldn't I choose this? Why wouldn't I want this?
Yes. The truth of you is so lofty and majestic, and
mm,
it this is the words seem so little. Try to experience the unity of the one self, and put away the small idols, the tiny idols.
yeah, idols are beliefs, so maybe we should change that. What do you think? Beliefs?
We did replace it before, yeah. Tiny idols of beliefs of evil and sinfulness. I have to replace the majesty. Yes.
The tiny beliefs in evil and sinfulness you've made to replace it, because that's all they are.
Wow.
The idea of the translation is to take people really into belief. It's so
Yeah.
clear. The imagery is nice, it's very poetic, but it's like, okay, it's just your belief, that's all. That's all we're talking about. So see it for what it is, let it go.
Maybe that's great as a summary. Yeah. See it for what it is and let it go. Step into the majesty. Is that a good word? Hiding its majesty. Try not to interfere with the self, pure formless awareness of perfect love extended as you by hiding its majesty. It's.
Yeah, maybe we could change that. It's.
I think so. The self.
Well, let's let's go to Google and see what majesty. Impressive beauty, scale, or stateliness. Royal power. Impressive beauty. So it's typically an ego word, really. One associates it with on the level of form, which is not how he's using it, but similar stateliness, dignity, magnificence. Magnificence is quite nice. Grandeur, magnificence. Grandeur, magnificence. What do you think?
I like magnificence.
Yeah, I think so. It's the same root.
Yeah, try not to interfere with the self, which pure formless awareness of perfect love extended as you by hiding its magnificence. Yeah, behind tiny beliefs in evil and sinfulness you have made to replace it.
Yeah. I think if you remember, did I use magnificence in the name your game exercise when we flipped it around? So thank you for when we did the positive side. I said thank you for showing me my magnificence and helping me to celebrate it.
Yeah.
So it's nice.
Good. And just this gentle encouragement, let it come into its own, let it grow, let it be. Here you are. Lovely. This is you. This is you. This is you, not that false construct. Great. Okay. You may not be willing or even able to use the first 5 minutes of each hour for these exercises. Try, however, to do so when you can. At least remember to repeat these thoughts each hour. Light and joy and peace abide in me. My sinlessness is guaranteed by God. Then try to devote at least a minute or so, closing your eyes, realizing this is a statement of the truth about you. Alternatively,
you don't have to read all of this. Just true awareness.
True awareness and joy and peace abide in me. My sinlessness is guaranteed by pure formless awareness of perfect love.
So I quite like although it's a long, like I think Sally said, well, God is short. But if you say pure formless awareness of perfect love, it's like an affirmation, isn't it? You say it over and over again. It has a kind of rhythm to it, pure formless awareness of perfect love. And it just kind of takes you into that state. So I think we'll keep, because we could shorten it and say perfect love or pure formless awareness. But I think that term kind of works as an affirmation of what it really is.
Yeah.
So you've got 5 powerful pointers there, instead of one God, which often is not a powerful pointer for people. Points you into that state that it describes.
Okay.
And then just the same. The rest is.
Yep.
We'll just read it again, and then you can do much for the world's awakening.
True awareness and joy and peace abide in you. Your sinlessness is guaranteed by pure formless awareness of perfect love. You can do much for the world's awakening today. You can do much today to bring you closer to the part in awakening that pure formless awareness of perfect love has assigned to you. You can do much today to bring the conviction to your mind that the idea for the day is true indeed. That true awareness and joy and peace abide in you. Yeah. Your sinlessness is guaranteed by pure formless awareness of perfect love. Oh,
really nice.
Yeah, really
powerful
nice.
lessons. But they're all powerful. But
I know.
He's just. I think the affirmation of it is what strikes me. He's saying you are this. He says it doesn't matter what you think. You are this, and he's so insistent in it. Doesn't matter what you think you've done. You are as God created you. You are as pure formless awareness created you still. And you may disagree with that, but I'm telling you straight, you are that. It's a done deal.
Yes, that's right. It's a very insistent lesson.
So it's kind of affirmations. He's
Yes.
using a lot of different mind training techniques here. You know, there's bringing stuff into awareness, almost like shocking you. You know, there's a shock factor, isn't it?
Yes.
Oh, yeah,
Yes.
actually, that's
That's
how
true.
ugly the ego is. And then an powerful positive affirmation that he's saying, say this to yourself over and over again. It's affirmations. Say it to yourself over and over again until you start to believe it. And it starts to root into your belief, because he knows we don't believe it to start with. But if you can start to believe it, Sally asked me a question yesterday. She said, what's the difference between belief and knowing? I said, well, belief is where we start. You don't know it until you start to believe it. So, an affirmation can start to get, actually, I am starting to believe this, and it feels good to believe it. And now that works you slowly but surely through these lessons, through the mind training, into, no, I don't just believe it, I know it. It is absolutely true. There's no question. Because belief implies, well, I believe that, but maybe I have an alternative belief. Belief is not as strong as knowing, isn't it? Isn't it?
No, it isn't.
But it's a baby step. We got to start with belief. So start with affirming it, believing it, and the knowledge will come. And that's the final step eventually, where you just like, I don't believe it. I know this to be true in the deepest core of my being. And once you're there, you don't need to practice anymore, because the masters, they just know, and they hold that knowing with them. They carry that knowing with them all the time. Then the need for practice is over, because it so deeply. You're rooted in that so much that it oozes out of your being. People just, there's something different about this person. They know who they really are. And that's where we're trying to get with this, beyond belief. So like, yes, I know that I am that. And then the need for the course is over. Once you get that knowledge, it's all downloaded. It's like, and you can just speak from that place. And the course is a useful tool for sure to speak to, and it's got some great mind training. But in the end, you go beyond. You don't need it anymore. You just know it. You use it to help others, to teach others. So that's where this is going for you, Iona, as well. I mean, I've seen that process happening over the last 3 years with me. You start to come into like, I just know, I absolutely know this with the very core, the very fiber of my being to be true. And then I can just, it's not what I believe, it's what I know. So it just comes out. It just expresses, because that's what it does. It can't help. So if you carry on with this, that's where you'll go. You just like a knowingness drops in, and you know that you are that. And you're still in the stage of belief, but you're starting to get it. It's like the awakening. It's like, okay, it's dropping into knowledge, isn't it? Like, I know that this is who I am. I'm not Iona.
That's right. I know that I am slowly evolving. When I was actually hung up, by the short and curlies on an ego point, and then I just started laughing.
Yeah.
It was this morning.
Because you guys ridiculous. Like,
yeah.
That's just crazy. I can't. What used to get me, because I still had the belief that was true. Now it's just like, it's just crazy. That's just ridiculous. How can I possibly believe that?
I am helped on a daily basis by Kenneth, who unhooks himself very easily from many egoic hooks. He gets hung up, then he just laughs and gently unhooks and goes on. I thought, shit, I got to do that. I got to start doing that.
Yeah,
that's good. I like that.
Laughter's a good way, because it just makes light of it, doesn't it? It just says, this isn't serious.
Yeah.
So I'm letting it go, effectively. When I laugh at it, it's like, it's not serious. I can't I can't take this thing seriously, which is kind of what he's saying. If you look earlier here, he says, where are we? I think in number 3 or 4. He's saying this is really nothing. It doesn't exist at all. All right. Number 5. Anything it seems to think and do means nothing. It's neither bad nor good. It's simply unreal and nothing more than that. So what are you going to do with such an insubstantial thought, but laugh at it. It's like, 'cause this is nothing. It's ridiculous. I'm not fighting it. I don't give it this huge power, and I've got to go into battle against the ego. And because a lot of people do that, they make the ego very big and start. Oh, the ego is so big and powerful, and like, how am I going to overcome this? So they've created this whole like huge
Mm.
monster in their mind. And actually, the undoing of the monster is to laugh at it. It's just a joke. There's no power there.
Hang on.
You
Yeah.
can bluster away and seem to be all big and scary, but like, I just laugh at you. It's just, you're ridiculous. I've got no fear of you. That's what he's trying to get us to.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. So, do you want to go into the text, or do you want to do a meditation?
I need a little break for 5 or 10 minutes.
Okay.
I'd be happy to go into the text.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. So break for 10 minutes, then a med.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Or a med at the end. You want to do the meditation at the end of the session?
Yeah, that's better.
Med at the end. Okay. And then.
Yes, that's better.
Hmm.
Okay.
Okay. So we'll take a short 10-minute break, and then we'll resume.
Thanks. Okay. Okay.
I need to break too. So for now, let's go. Hi, Eva. Yeah, no problem. Just thought I'd ask you. All right. Where are we? Let's get back here. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Let me know when you're ready, Anna.
What is the text? Whoa. Let's come back.
Okay.
What?
Shall we continue?
Yeah, okay.
Recording going again. Okay, so stop recording. Set resume recording. Here we go, and let's resume that. All right. So let's go into share screen mode, and let's dive into it, shall we? So chapter 12. So, so this one is called Looking Within. And if you want to follow in your book, section 7, chapter 12.
Hmm.
It's what we're on. You've probably skipped a couple of, I don't know if you read the intermediary ones, but
I read the same curriculum.
and then there was the vision of Christ
I see that.
as well.
Yeah.
But we can't do that as well. We'll be here all night.
Yes.
So we'll just move swiftly on. Yeah, let's get into the first paragraph, shall we? Looking within. So if you want to start reading the original, then I'll just read again. In fact, you want to speed it up? There's 15 paragraphs, so
I think so.
we'll just translate it as we go.
Good. Miracle corrections demonstrate that learning has occurred under the right guidance. For learning is invisible, and what has been learned can be recognized only by its results. Recognized. Generalization. Oh yeah, all the Z's there.
No.
Its generalization is demonstrated as you use it in more and more situations. You will recognize that you have learned there is no order of difficulty in corrections when you apply them to all situations. Yes.
Yeah.
There is no situation to which corrections do not apply, and by applying them to all situations, you will gain the real world. For in this holy perception, you will be made whole.
I want to change holy. Maybe in this whole perception.
in this
Instead of
whole
holy.
perception. Yeah, yeah.
Well, we could leave holy, but it's
I like whole.
yeah, whole perception. We can just get rid of this.
You will be made whole, and the at-one-ment will radiate from your acceptance of it for yourself to everyone. The remembrance of oneness sends you for your blessing. Yes. So.
In the last sentence.
Oh yeah, sorry. And in every extension of pure formless awareness, its blessing lies.
Should we say perfect love? Because when there's an of, you can't really say pure formless. An extension of pure formless awareness of perfect love. It's a bit much. So we're going to choose one of them.
Okay.
Happy with that?
Yes, its blessing lies, and in your blessing of the extension of perfect love is its blessing to you. So it's a lovely circular description.
So exactly what Kenneth was referring to. You know, he gets the benefits of extending the blessings.
Yeah. It comes back to you and it radiates out.
And you realize there's nothing personal about it. It's just this energy moving in and through you. So it undoes the little self that wants to own the energy or own something special. Okay. I'm going to read that from the top. Let's make sure it makes sense and just unpack it as you go. If there's any thoughts.
Corrections demonstrate that learning has occurred under the right guidance, for learning is invisible, and what has been learned can be recognized only by its results. Yeah, so how do I translate that?
Recognized by its results. So we see the effects. That's what he's saying.
We see the effects. And
so then we recognize the learning that has taken place.
And then we get practiced at demonstrating it, the more and more we use it in different situations. Yeah.
It's about generalizing it to every situation. So you don't make exceptions anymore. You don't go, oh, well, that's healing. So now in healing, I do that. But in other situations, I do something else. It's
yeah, right.
Anyway.
Right.
All encompassing with no exceptions. That's what he's trying to get to do.
No extensions. No exceptions, rather. And what I'm learning is that no matter what the seeming order of difficulty in a physical situation is presenting Kenneth and me, because we're both sitting side by side and the person is lying on the bench, the healing bench.
Yeah.
There's no order of difficulty.
No.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
It's extraordinary. That's something that somebody will come with. The doctors don't know what to do. They absolutely are totally stuck. I'm living with this. It's chronic. There's no cure. Yeah, that's what somebody can say.
Yeah.
And a while ago, I used to, there is no cure. Oh my God, now you're really stuck. Now, Kenneth, this is it. This is the end of the road, surely. And you're like,
time after time, you go, well, that's just not true.
That's just not true. You're not believing it. Yeah. It's brilliant.
But it's just a belief, there's no cure. Doctors just seriously, you just got to go seriously.
Yeah.
Yeah.
because they think that because they got a medical degree now they can somehow pronounce this is how it is. Oh well, when you remember that fire I mentioned, so the old man he was in, it's like he got a bit beaten up and he's smoke inhalation. So how our now retired GP says, oh no, well it's very unlikely he'll make it. I'm going, so how the hell does she know? I know, well that's the general. I'm like, so like how can you even have an opinion? You have no idea. Why even venture it? Oh no, because I'm a doctor, I have the right to venture an opinion. Like, how do you know? You have no idea what that person's mindset is like. She hasn't even been to see him, so she has no idea of his injuries. Like, just
Right.
it's flabbergasting. The 6 months to live it takes the cake, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
I mean, that's just like, why is it always 6 months? Why not 5.5 or 3.2 or
Yes,
like why
exactly.
always 6 months? Like, who makes that up? Or 3 months? It seems like 3 months, 6 months. Those are the kind of. And the bizarre thing is people actually buy this bullshit. They actually believe it. And of course, then on time, if they really believe it, right on time, after 6 months, they die. Because that's what the doctor said.
That's what belief is.
I know, it's extraordinary. And yet,
But
it's
then
all
he's
just
telling
belief.
us that there's no situation to which corrections do not apply,
Wow.
and apply them to all situations, and we will gain the real world.
Mm.
And in that acceptance, my perception will be made whole. And I love that. The at-one-ment will radiate from your acceptance, and it radiates from you.
Mm.
And to everyone who sends, remember it's the one that has sent you for your blessing.
Mm.
Yes. And it's not discriminatory. It's in every extension of perfect love. Blessing lies.
Mm.
And in your blessing of the extensions, in my seeing of my companions, its blessings come to me. So it is a perfect circle of blessing. And it is the at-one-ment.
As I give, I receive.
As I give, I receive is a simple summation. Okay.
Yeah, happy with that. So I think you kind of did a summary as you went.
Mm-hmm. I think that's maybe a good way just to do it, just to go to the alternative so we can keep the pace going.
Keep the flow going, yes.
Yes.
Okay, so let's just copy this because this is old one. We don't want to get confused.
Yeah.
Okay, so if you read the
alternative one. Okay.
Hang on, let me just paste it in. I've got. Okay.
Everyone in the world must play his part in its redemption in order to recognize that the world has been redeemed. You cannot see the invisible, yet if you see its effects, you know it must be there.
I think we need a comma there. What do you think?
Yeah, that's more acceptable to Bill Gates.
No, it wanted me to change it to affect.
Oh, that's wrong.
Sometimes it gets it wrong. See, affects you.
Oh yeah.
See, it gets it wrong sometimes. You can't always listen. In fact, if it comes from Bill Gates, but possibly treat it with extreme circumspection. However, he did do some good stuff. We won't, his Microsoft Office is quite a good invention, I think. He just kind of lost the plot when he started going into dreams of conquering the world with vaccines and stuff.
Yeah, right. By perceiving what it does, you recognize its being. By what it does, you learn what it is. Now, hang on. Everyone in the world must play part in its redemption, the redemption of the world.
Do we want to change redemption?
I think so, yeah. That's is it awakening?
Awakening. Yeah, I'll say awakening. Yeah, 'cause
Mm,
that's what it really means.
yeah.
It's awakening in order to now. Why they put a comma there? That doesn't make sense.
Okay. Yes.
I don't think you
In
need a
order to
comma.
recognize that the world has been awakened, we play our part. Everyone plays his part. That's metal. Do you know what the AOLG machine is?
Yeah, you can't have it.
I thought I got it out.
Down there. You can't.
No, I did take it out.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
You cannot see the invisible. So in awakening the world, it becomes apparent. It becomes visible. No.
Yeah.
Okay.
You see its effect. So continue with the next sentence.
Yes. Oh,
You see
yes.
the
Yet if
effect.
you see its effects, you know it must be there. Yes. Okay. By perceiving what it does, you recognize its being. Yeah. Yes. And by what it does, you learn what it is. You cannot see your strengths, but you gain confidence in their existence as they enable you to act. Right. And the results of your actions you can see. Got it. You cannot see your strengths, but aha, I'm awake and I know it's there.
Should we make that a capital B?
Yeah. Referring to the awakening. You cannot see your strength, but you gain confidence as I'm able to translate them into action that I can't see.
So this is just if we go back to our little diagram on integral model, he's just really saying what's in this model, isn't he?
Yeah.
So integral model, map of consciousness, integral model. There we go. So this is all hidden. This is invisible, the intentional domain. But this is what inspires action, behavior, actions, outcomes can be seen and observed in the exterior world. And so that becomes a confirmation of the thought system that generated them. Because the behavior teaches, as he says in another part of the course, behavior teaches the beliefs that motivate it. That's how it works. So he's really just saying what Ken Wilber has put into his integral model. Yeah, these are connected. Behavior is not independent of intention. How can it be? You have to intend to do something before you do it. It's not just random. So the intention and the behavior are integrally linked. And there's a feedback loop that goes this way. So intention creates behavior, but behavior feeds back into intention. Because if you see the effects, and you go, oh, that worked. So maybe I should do more of these kinds of intentions because I actually got a good result. And then it's self-reinforcing. So what he's saying is the way you learn that this thought system of the Holy Spirit is true is you act it out, you express it and extend it in your behavior and your actions, and then you see the effects of it. And then that confirms to you, okay, well, this actually works. There's something here that really is tangible and real, although I can't see it. It's just a thought. I've seen its effects and I've seen the power of it. So like, for instance, in your healing, it's perfect because you do the healing and you see what happens and you go, I can't doubt this anymore. I'm seeing the tangible effect of this deeper intention, the love and that expressed in healing coming through to really, have profound impact on people on the physical level, that they have physical, mental, and emotional shifts. And I observe that. And then how can I doubt the power that must be doing that?
So is this what we call empirical evidence?
Yeah. Because, in the miracles, it's called A Course in Miracles, because he's talking about the corrections, but the miracle is also the extension of the correction into the world. he talks about the miracle on the level of form as well.
Mm.
As now it's the natural extension of the shift in perception, the change in mind, which then changes behavior, it changes outcomes, and we go, okay, well, that's now a miracle. You get someone who's healed, and you say, well, that's a miracle. But it happened because of the intention that was held, and the shift that happened in that person's perception. And what he's saying is a miracle worker. You can change the person's perception through holding the truth in your own mind, which is what's happening.
Yeah.
Actually, yes, it's working with the body and it's a modality. But really what you're doing is you're shifting that person's belief system, aren't you?
Yes.
In that session. And that's why it's so powerful. Because they kind of go, oh, like I don't, they come in and say, oh, well, the doctors can't do anything. It's a chronic condition and that's just how it is. And there's no cure, belief. And then by the end of it, they go, well, actually, maybe there is, maybe there is hope. And so there's a shift in their belief, which then is really the foundation of the healing. As Jesus said, it's not, I haven't done anything. When the woman touched his cloak, he said, it's your belief that has made you well, because she believed, and she just needed the magic. She needed to touch his cloak to believe. That was her kind of still believing in magic. She couldn't just go, oh, well, I can do it myself. But if I touch the master's cloak, then I can do it. And she has such a firm belief in that then it works for her. So it's really integral, just the integral model, just framed in Yeshua's terms in Course in Miracles language. Okay, so does that make sense?
Yes, it does make sense.
I think you kind of summarize that. You happy with that? Shall we move on to the next one?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. The remembrance of oneness is invisible.
Just wait a moment. Let me just paste this in as we go. And let's pick the alternative, which is okay. Let's do it. So the remembrance of oneness
is invisible, but you can see the results of its presence, and through them you will learn that it is there.
Yeah. So saying you don't believe this fully now, and it's invisible, but use the external world, for what it's for, to show you that this is true.
Yeah.
So you're reinterpreting the world instead of as proving the ego's thought system. Using it to prove that only the Holy Spirit, or the remembrance of oneness, is true, and that's the real world. That's the world reinterpreted.
What it enables you to do is clearly not of this world. Yeah, exactly. For corrections violate every law of reality as the world judges it. Exactly. Every law of time and space, of magnitude and mass, is transcended. For what the remembrance of oneness enables you to do is clearly beyond all of them. Wow. We'll have to market you as an hour of transcending every law of time and space, magnitude and mass.
Yeah. Right. But that's inspirational, isn't it? If you come in and you say, well, I've got this chronic condition and it's just nothing's worked, and I've gone to many, and you go, well, okay, there's someone who just blows that all away and works in the domain of the miraculous. Like, hopefully you go, "Well, okay, I've tried everything else. I need a miracle. I need a miracle. Yeah, well, that's true. You do. You know, and you need a miracle worker who, you know, works at that level, because not many people do work at that level, because they're still too fixed in their own beliefs as to what's possible and what's not possible.
Yeah.
The reason Jesus could heal like he did was he just didn't believe any of it. It's like, I don't believe one law of time and space. He transcended that. And he just held that frequency. And I think in those days, people were much more open. They believed in the Messiah, you see. So there was a lot of potential belief. Nowadays, I mean, how do you do a miracle if someone believes in what the doctor tells them? You can't, because their belief stops them.
I know.
We have the whole scientific materialist paradigm, which is really saying, no, we got this handled. We understand the world. That's what it says, isn't it? No, this paradigm explains it. We kind of got it handled. This is a map of reality. This works. And of course, it's all totally false. It's just the illusion of the ego that it's got you into. So you have to be willing to look at all of that and say, no, you know, none of it's true, which is why I think the more training you've had, it's interesting. And Kenneth, you didn't have any formal training in this, did you? There's no like college degree healing, nothing like that. It just kind of unfolded in your life journey. And that's often how it happens with healers, because you can't really train this stuff. I mean, you go to college and you study healing for 10 years. They're probably going to give you all kinds of rules that actually are not true. Oh, no, well, this is because what else do you teach? You know, you teach, oh, no, okay, well, this is how it works, and here's the construct. This is how the ego works. It tries to box things and put them into a box, and you can't really box the spirit. It just it doesn't meet any of the conditions of time and space. So there's no rules and no laws to it. So how do you teach that? You can't really. You can only allow it to come through you and experience it, which is, you know, is what you do, and that's a non-intellectual state. It's not something you can really explain.
Yeah.
It'd actually be quite. It'd be good if maybe as part of the retreat you could do a little talk. Do you think you could do a talk, or could Iona do it?
What do you think? Would you talk or would I?
What?
He's saying
On the healing.
Yeah.
Would you talk about the healing? I mean, we've done this before.
No.
Yeah.
I don't talk about nothing.
Yeah. But we've but what we do is demonstrate it.
Yeah.
And that has proved so many times, again and again, that somebody might not know why they're drawn. Watch, but it's just speaking to them.
Yeah. It's my soul start. It's just what the teacher for me, the monk said to me, it's not the needle you put in, it's yourself. When you have things you're going to do, then they have start to heal. But it's only a substitute with needle, because your soul have go in and start. And then I go and say, this is blind, and love. And there's the liver, Chibalan, take liver, yeah, and love. And then they start to sleep.
Yeah. And that's the healing taking place.
Yeah. And they be very dizzy. They don't ask so much. They're very, very silent.
Well, Iona, maybe you do a little talk, or if I've experienced it, I can probably talk about it. And just give people a taste, you know, like we'll have a.
Well, I'm introducing. I've got somebody's decided to mow the grass outside the door, but
okay.
You know, when somebody's coming into the room, I'm talking and explaining what's going to happen. And when people are saying, "Oh, I heard about this guy, what's it all about?" And I'll say, well, even if you chose to say nothing, the whole hour, Kenneth would be having a conversation with your body, because your body would be talking to him.
Yeah.
And
so you don't actually have to speak to the person.
No, you don't. No.
I say I can be polite and ask.
Did you hear that? He said he couldn't be polite.
And ask.
and ask.
It's just being polite, but it's
Just
not
being
really
polite.
necessary. It's not really necessary.
No.
Maybe they'd get too freaked out if you didn't ask them. So how did you know that?
Well, that's the wonder of it,
Yeah.
because a lot of people say, "Oh, how did you know?" Or, "Yes, that's been giving me a lot of," or, I mean, sometimes it can go really wild, or you'll say something like, "I think you came from northern Norway in your, that's where your ancestry is. Am I wrong?" "No, you're not wrong. Yes, that's it. I feel it in you. I feel it. It's
Really?
great."
And they're like, how does he know this stuff?
How do you know this stuff? You just intuit it. I'm gonna shut the door.
Yeah.
Oh,
You just download it. Yeah, well, all good. I think this is going to be an extraordinary experience for everyone.
yeah.
So the everything's in the mix. So
Yeah.
it's a nice
Just
brew
say,
that
well,
the Holy Spirit's brought together. So
when they ask how I can know, I say, I don't know. I only listen to the results.
Results. Yeah.
yeah,
They only are an interest. I say.
yeah,
And they agree.
yeah.
It's
Yeah,
something.
well, this is what he's saying here. By its fruits, you know it. It's like, okay, well, look, the results are healing and it's miraculous. So don't question it. Just go with it. Accept that there's some power you can't really understand. It doesn't fit into the laws of time and space.
Yeah, it's not
But
my
it really works.
honor. It's a gratefulness or happiness who I feel happy. So if I want to put this, I can say, if you call it God, thanks God.
Thank God.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or thank yourself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank your higher self.
Yeah. Thank your higher self.
Yeah, that would be good.
Because it's a part of God.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we are all the same image.
Okay, so I'm going to give a little summary of number 3. Did you read it through again? I can't remember.
The remembrance of oneness is invisible, but you can see the results of its presence, and through them you will learn that it is there. What it enables you to do is clearly not of this world, for corrections violate every law of reality as the world judges it. Every law of time and space, of magnitude and mass is transcended, for what the remembrance of oneness enables you to do is clearly beyond all of them. Perceiving its results, you will understand where it must be and finally know what it is. So he's saying, move beyond what apparently appears in front of you. Believe the results of something enormous and invisible, because the results are clear.
And then you can't doubt them anymore. I've had stuff, you just can't explain it. I've had coins manifest in my wallet.
Yeah.
A Course in Miracles book appear in the back of my boot inexplicably. I mean, you can't, that kind of thing just rocks your.
Yes.
It's like a perceptual shift, isn't it? It's like, whoa, like that doesn't meet the laws of time and space that I previously believed in at all. So okay, maybe I don't believe in them anymore.
Yes.
Maybe these are not absolute. They seem to hold most of the time, but they don't always hold, which means they're not absolute laws.
Yes.
You can transcend them. And that's the value of these kinds of things that happen, is it shakes up your belief system. You remember in the Risen movie, I remember that was a classic pattern interrupt of a belief. You remember when he walks into the upper room and he just sees Jesus and he's like, whoa, like what the? It absolutely rocks his whole world and he staggers. He can hardly move because his whole belief system is just brought into complete question by what he's seen. Because seeing is, for most people, seeing is believing. Yeah. And Jesus said to Thomas in that same encounter recorded in the Bible, he said, blessed are you who have seen but do not believe. who have not seen. Sorry, blessed are you who have not seen but yet do believe. So you don't need you don't need the tangible results, because Thomas was like, well, I want to touch you, and I want to feel your hands. Let me make sure you're real. And he's saying, yeah, that's fine, but blessed are those who don't need that, who can accept that, yes, the Spirit is there, and I go beyond needing the proof and needing the evidence. That's the knowing we talked about. When you're there, then like you just know, and you're beyond needing evidence. But to get there, the evidence, the miracles happening in form are important, because it's part of growing your belief. If you did imagine if you did all this stuff, you really believed in this, and then you try to do healing and nothing happened. There was no effect. I mean, you just couldn't sustain the belief, would you? You'd be like, well, it's just not working, so I can't carry on believing it over and over again, and seemed to me no effect. But by its effects, you know that there's something there. Okay.
Yeah.
So happy with number 3. Number 4.
Yeah, it's a nice repetition. He talks about effects, results, and now he's talking about manifestations. So you cannot see the remembrance of oneness, but you can see its manifestations. And unless you do, you will not realize it is here. Sit here. Okay.
Is that Brody?
Yes.
Hello, Brody Cat. Welcome.
He's integral to the whole process.
You come to join us?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Cats generally, well, animals they like this energy.
Oh, they do.
He come back to take healing again.
Yes, he did.
Yeah.
He's getting a lot of healing from Kenneth today.
Okay. Is he a bit sick?
He's a bit stiff. He's a bit 16 years old,
Yeah, so he got a bit of arthritis and stuff going on.
Yeah, I think so. You can see its manifestations, and unless you do, you will not realize it is there. Corrections are its witnesses and speaks for its presence.
So he's actually talking, you see here, on 2 levels. He's saying there's an internal correction, but then this is externalized in the external world. You see these corrections showing up in form, and that convinces you.
Yeah.
So it's really the integral model he's talking about, actually. So
right.
Just not obviously framed exactly like that, but that the internal and the external are connected.
Yes.
The external confirms the internal, which is how the ego maintains itself, because it's like belief, and then we see the projection of the belief and go, well, it must be true. But that same process can now be used to prove that the Holy Spirit is true. And that's what the world is for. It's a reinterpretation of the ego's nightmare into the real world. It confirms that yes, miracles are true, and the ego is not.
What you cannot see becomes real to you only through the witnesses that speak for it.
Yeah.
Through the witnesses that speak for it. For you can be aware of what you cannot see, and it can become compellingly real to you as it's
How about instead of speak for it, we say testify to it?
Oh.
What do you think?
What you cannot see becomes real to you only through the witnesses that testify to it. Yes, better. For you can be aware of what you cannot see. For you can be aware of what you cannot see, or what you cannot perceive, or what you cannot vision.
Yeah, I think see here, because he's talking about the body's eyes. And if you cannot see it with the body's eyes, then we believe that it's not there. But we could use perceive. We could use perceive, what you cannot perceive.
I
You can
thought
become
seeing,
aware of what you cannot perceive. In other words, beyond perception. Beyond,
seeing was about true vision.
you can be aware of what you cannot see. Well, he uses seeing in the sense, like yesterday, he used seeing as seeing through the body's eyes. You know, he uses it in that sense, and then he uses it as, well, you will see, as like true perception. So you need to determine, you know, what the context of it is.
Yeah.
You can be aware of what you cannot see,
Yeah.
and
True.
compellingly real. So is he referring to the body's eyes there? You cannot see with the body's eyes. Is that the context, or is he referring to perception as a broader? You could interpret it either way.
Mm. Yeah.
Perceive, because perception is related to the senses. Perception is still within time and space. You can be aware of what you cannot perceive. So you cannot perceive pure formless awareness. You actually can't.
No.
But you can perceive its effect, because it shows up in form as, you know, changes in form and so on.
Mm.
As its presence becomes manifest to you. So this is how it translates into form. You see the outcomes of it, and then you go, okay, I can perceive the outcome with my senses. But I cannot perceive pure formless awareness, because it's beyond perception by definition. So should we leave it as perceive?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. No, this is resonating with me.
I think this translation is a really good learning.
Yeah, it is.
It seems like, you know, a lot of the time before we did this, it would be like, you feel like people are getting a bit lost, and then you do it, and then it's like, yes, you've kind of done it, but maybe not as thoroughly as you could have. I don't know if you ever had that feeling. It's just like, okay, we're doing it, but if you really unpack the words like this, it kind of takes you into a deeper understanding of it.
It does, because I know this from my own experience of going back and really remembering. Wow, yes, we've labored over that sentence, and now I got it. Yeah.
And hopefully, when you read it again, you know, in a year's time, you'll go, oh, I was part of the translation. Okay, I remember we had that discussion over that point. Testify, you know. But it's great to do it with other people, because then you get 2 or 3 minds in it. I think we'll come up with something really helpful at the end of this process, which will then be the product. You see, that's now the tangible manifestation of the Spirit working through us. You actually produce something that is a tangible expression of this work we've done, and, you know, it carries the energy of it. So this alternative will have the energy of these sessions, hopefully embedded, and people might go, wow, that really brings it to life, because it's like energetically infused with, you know, what went down when we discussed it. Very interesting. We'll see what when we read it again, like in a year's time. It'll be very interesting to see how it comes across.
Through the
Okay.
remembrance of perfect love's work, for you share in its function. That speaks directly to me. Yeah. Yeah, I love that. As your function in heaven is creation, as your function is
Extension. Or we could say your function in heaven is actually,
is being.
Is being. That's your only function there, is to be.
And is there another word for heaven?
Yes, yeah.
Kingdom.
No.
No.
State of
oneness.
State of perfect love. Well, I quite like pure formless awareness for heaven, I think.
State of pure formless awareness.
As your function in the state of pure formless awareness. Because what else could it be?
Yes.
but to be that
It's
awareness, there's nothing
yes.
else. It kind of becomes completely obvious when you say it like, oh, it's a state of pure formless awareness. That, oh, well, yeah, of course. The pure formless awareness doesn't have to do anything. It just is aware. It is what it
So
is.
he's saying your function on earth is healing.
Hmm.
You are a being, and then on earth you are healing. Healing.
Because that's how it expresses in this domain.
Yes.
Because the healing is the bringing of the mind that's seemingly separated back into the state of pure formless awareness. So as that transition, that transformation happens, then the healing happens.
Yes.
And that's really all that's happening in healing. Healing is holing. I mean, you could it's the same root word, holing. You're holing people. So you can say, hey, Kenneth, when you do a good session, well, that was a hole in one.
Yeah, true. Yeah.
I know.
Very funny.
Pure formless awareness shared of perfect love shares its function with you in its state.
I tell you what, we'll change this to perfect love. Sometimes you got to just look at what works. Perfect love shares its function with you in the state of pure formless awareness.
So your function on earth is healing, yes. So it shares its function with you in the state of pure formless awareness, and the remembrance of oneness shares its with you on earth.
Let's keep it as perfect love because we used that there.
Okay.
Or we could change that to oneness, I suppose. Perfect oneness shares its function with you. If we mix it up, I mean, do you think it's good to mix it up a bit? I think it's not a bad idea because it gives people an alternative.
Yes.
Sometimes it's remembrance of perfect oneness, remembrance of perfect love, perfect oneness, perfect love. I mean, so you get people like, okay, it's all the same. It's just word, just different words for the same thing. Perfect love is perfect oneness, is pure formless awareness, and we just use the words to point to that state.
As long as you believe you have other functions, so long you will need correction. For this belief is the destruction of peace, a goal in direct opposition to the remembrance of perfect love purpose.
Yeah, to the Holy Spirit, to because remembrance of perfect oneness doesn't then work then. Oneness is clumsy.
The purpose of
Opposition to remembrance of perfect love's purpose. That's nice. Perfect love. It's kind of because you got to like, how does it read as well? So read the whole thing again. See how it reads.
You cannot see the remembrance of oneness, but you can see its manifestations, and unless you do, you will not realize it is there. Corrections are its witnesses and speak for its presence. What you cannot see becomes real to you only through the witnesses that testify to it. For you can be aware of what you cannot perceive, and it can become compellingly real to you as its presence becomes manifest through you. Do the remembrance of perfect love's work, for you share in its function. As your function in the state of pure formless awareness is being, so your function on earth is healing. Perfect oneness shares its function with you in the state of your formless awareness, and the remembrance of perfect oneness shares its function with you on earth. As long as you believe you have other functions, so long will you need correction. For this belief is the destruction of peace, a goal in direct opposition to the remembrance of perfect love's purpose.
Yeah, read okay?
Yes, it's great. So do the work. You share its function. You see what happens when you do.
Perfect lesson for you, really, having done a weekend of healing, isn't it? It's quite synchronistic how it works. So you come into this because he's talking about healing, and you know how it's such a demonstration.
Yeah.
Of,
do it.
Yeah. Which then you see how your function, your purpose of what you're supposed to do here is integrally tied up with your awakening. It's like these are not separate.
I know.
It's all part of the journey.
I know.
No accidents you with Kenneth either, you know.
Well, that was what I was going to say. You know, earlier on in the journey, we would say there's a big reason for all of this, isn't there? Yeah, there's a bigger reason.
Yeah, there really is, and you do have a sense of like a purpose, a destiny unfolding. You know, there's no accident, and we connected that. You know what I mean? All these things. It's just like, yeah, the Holy Spirit makes these connections.
Yeah.
Because this is what's necessary for each person's journey.
Talking of connections, can I ask if you know Jackie Clavey in London?
Yeah, she joined last night.
I know her.
She joined the masterclass.
I know her.
Yeah, she mentioned you actually. She said, "Oh, Iona Leishman," because Lucy was on the call, and Lucy mentioned Iona and like how good it was to have a buddy to talk with, and she said, "Oh, is that Iona Leishman?" So yeah, she joined the masterclass yesterday.
She would come to the retreat.
Yeah, she sounded quite keen.
She's super.
So she just messaged me. Actually, funny you mentioned that. Did you see that on the screen?
I did, yeah.
No, because I messaged her off the masterclass and sent her a little follow-up. So yeah, so it's all, you know, these little seeds being planted. It's all, yeah. Well, this is going to work. I mean, already we got to, you know, you start to get a sense. Okay, there's all these connections. Sally is a good. Sally, I mean, she referred Jackie. She has quite a good network. So she seems to be blown away by this. She's like, wow, like I've done this for 10 years, and suddenly in a week. I mean, she said yesterday masterclass. She said, I've been doing this for 8 or 10 years, and in the last 10 days, I've learned more than I learned in 10 years, kind of thing. It's like, okay. I have to disclaim, I don't actually pay people to say this. They just say it, which is
that's a great way to go into the long established ACIM groups.
Yeah, exactly. Because that, you know, that's not just her experience. I've had a number of people who've said that. I mean, there's Sue and John. I mean, they were just kind of, I think what happens is you just tread water, don't you? You're just kind of going through the same, okay, we'll do the workbook again. And it's the same kind of mind. It's the same level of thinking that you're at.
Yes, exactly.
Of course, you need something or someone to come in and just go, hang on, you know, let's just turn this around and let's go deeper and let's reveal, because it's all in there, but you don't see it because you're so, like, you're still stuck in the belief system that's interpreting it in a certain way. Right. And I think the change of language is part of that unlocking process of like, okay, we'll just shift people out of that, you know, default pattern that they've got into of interpreting it in a certain way, and unlock it and open something else up for them that gives them a different experience of it. So they're doing the course fresh, as though even if they've done it for 10 years, it's like, oh wow, this is like a totally new version of it. Yeah. And I think that's the value of what we're doing here. I think it's really gonna, it might just be really help a lot of people to suddenly go, wow, you know, this thing's coming alive for me again. I've kind of got a bit stagnant and stale in my practice of it, but it's just, you know, actually this is what it's saying, and it awakens them to the depth of what, you know, what's in these words. So yeah, I mean, I'm excited about it. It's like, you know, it's obviously it's all meant to happen this way. I'm just following the guidance, really. And it's great to do it in a group, because doing it on your own isn't nearly as much fun. I have to say, I do it at night because I'm like, okay, well, I'll do one of them. I'll do the lesson, because otherwise we like it's going to take forever.
Yeah.
But the text is another story. I did a couple on my own. I was like, it's heavy going.
Okay.
At 4 o'clock in the morning.
Oh.
Anyway,
All
so
right.
happy with that?
Yeah. So you will.
On? Hang on. Have I got the right one here? Let's just check. I've copied and pasted correctly.
I see what you're doing. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just pasting over because I got a template. So the template is
just open the door.
Template is useful. Okay. Go there.
Better.
All right. So number 5, it's quite a short one.
You see what you expect, and you expect what you invite. Your perception is the result of your invitation coming to you as you sent for it.
So we change see to perceive.
Yeah. Yes, that makes more sense with the next sentence.
Yeah.
Whose manifestations would you see? Of whose presence would you be convinced? Of whose? Yeah, okay.
Right.
The door come back.
Is it someone at the door?
No, it just blows shut.
The wind.
Yeah.
Okay. So
okay, here we go.
Sorry, let me just.
We're looking west.
John's to
Southwest. Yeah.
Copy that. Okay. So number 4, I think we're at. Whose manifestations would you perceive?
Of whose presence would you be convinced? Of which presence?
Yeah, of which presence? I think maybe that's depersonalizes a bit.
Yeah. For you will believe in what you manifest, and as you look out, so will you see in. Lovely. 2 ways of looking at the
world. We want to change look and see, maybe to perceive as you.
And as you perceive out.
Perceive out. It doesn't really work, does it? No. Perceive out. As you perceive outside yourself, or the outer world.
That's better.
As you perceive the outside world.
So will you see the inside world? So you perceive the inner world.
So will you perceive your inner world?
Yeah.
I think that's. I mean, it's a slight elaboration of what he's saying, but it's the essence of what he's saying.
So this is what the whole thing is about, isn't it? This is looking within. And as you perceive the outside world, so will you perceive your inner world. two ways of looking at the world are in your mind, and your perception will reflect the guidance you have chosen. Exactly. So it's like I perceive peace in the inner world, and I see peace in the outside world.
Mm.
And
And that kind of works, your inner world, and then he talks about world. So we're actually referring to both worlds here.
Yeah.
Both domains, which is the integral model, you know, in the internal, interior, exterior.
Yes.
So you perceive based on your inner world, you perceive the outside world.
Quite so.
And then the outside world reflects back to you what your beliefs were.
Yes.
Motivated your perception. So it's a feedback mechanism, and it becomes within the ego's thought system. It's a closed loop that keeps you trapped in a cycle.
But if I'm seeing, if I'm perceiving the corrections, and I see, and I perceive the effects, and I manifest what I believe, so I will see the seemingly miraculous effects of all of it, the real world.
Wow, I changed my. It might be useful actually to have a little look at this.
Mind.
We have a little look at this diagram, because this kind of shows what's happening on a mind level quite nicely. This is the David Hoffmeister one. I think we went through it, but it's dealing with perception and belief and levels of mind. And I heard him in a talk the other day, and he said Jesus actually gave him this model. Kind of came into his mind, and he showed him, you know, this is how it actually works. And so he came up with a diagram based on this you know, kind of direct teaching that he got from Yeshua himself. So where are we?
Am I learning to perceive correctly? Yes.
So if you look at the diagram there, you see this.
Yeah.
So you got perception at the top level.
Yeah.
That's underlying it is emotion, thought, and belief. So the ego's belief in separation that creates certain thoughts, patterns of thought, certain emotions, and then your perception is a result at the top of the layer. And so what the miracle is saying, well, let's just go deeper. You know, go beyond perception and just assuming that that's correct. Question all of your perceptions. Go underneath to the emotion. So what's actually the underlying emotion behind this perception? Go deeper. Go into thought. Thought takes you into belief. So what am I actually believing through this perception? And then at the core of it is the desire or prayer of the heart, which the ego has. You know, the ego's key desire is to remain a separate self. If you boil all of this down, any egoic perception is actually going to just be confirming that you're a separate self. You are a body, you're a separate self. And so you go through this, and then the miracle is, okay, well, that belief and that desire, right? It goes beyond, it's the desire. That's so interesting, because that's actually what kicked the whole process off, isn't it? We desired we desired another experience than oneness. So now you go to the very core of desire or prayer of the heart and say, no, I don't desire separation anymore. I'm going to change my mind fundamentally. I actually choose oneness instead. And so that change in belief now radiates through. You now have a belief that I'm one, not separate. My thoughts change, my emotions change, and my perception changes. And now what I'm perceiving confirms the belief that has inspired the perception, because that's how it works. It's inside out rather than outside in. Whereas the ego has got you convinced that there's an outside world and you perceive it in a certain way, and that that confirms the emotion, the thought, the belief, and it's just confirmed itself through the external world. So that's why this whole course is directed at the level of perception, because he's saying you need to change your perceptions. Your perception is the key to changing your underlying belief and the desire underneath that.
Yeah.
And that's what the miracle is, a change in what you want to believe through this process of looking at your perception and then correcting it. So this diagram kind of breaks it down a little bit. But that's actually what's happening. Now you change your desire. I want to see only oneness. I want to see love. Now your perception must change accordingly. Even if something is showing you not love, you interpret it as, well, this is just a cry for love.
Yeah.
I'm still seeing love in that situation. It's still confirming my deepest desire and belief that only love is true. And the perception now follows from that. But you have to do the reversing process, which is what the miracle is, where you change that desire at the core. You realize, well, actually, I don't desire to be separate. I actually want to be one again. And that's really why the miracle leads you to the true self, because you must change your self-concept at the core there. I want to be one. I want to be unified. I want to be whole again. I don't want to be a separate self anymore. So quite a nice diagram that kind of unpacks this and shows you just exactly how it does work. And then, if you use it, as we did, it takes you down through these levels. I did the exercise with Sally yesterday, and she was blown away. She was like, wow, I've done this before, but I just didn't get what I just got to, because it's understanding what this is actually trying to do. I think she got confused at the desire of prayer. She put the the Holy Spirit there, but actually what you're supposed to do is put the ego. This is the whole train of the ego's thoughts. So you go right down to the core desire of the ego, which in our example was to be a body. We're talking about COVID. So when I think about COVID and vaccinations, I feel fearful and vulnerable, and because I think that the government is to blame, and because I'm afraid that I might get sick and I might be coerced into having a vaccine. These thoughts and feelings prove that I'm right, that I'm a body, and what I want and expect is that I'm a body with a separate self, separate identity with a body. That's what's underlying the whole thing. So then you unpack it and you go, oh, okay, actually it's just the ego's belief and a desire to be a separate self. And that's actually underneath all of this. Oh, I now reveal that. Well, that's ridiculous. I'm not that. And so now the miracle is, okay, I change. I don't want to be a separate self. I want to be a whole self. I want to be one. So none of these beliefs, thoughts, emotions, and perceptions can stay, because they're all based on the desire to be a separate self. So quite a powerful exercise there, actually.
Yeah, it's amazing.
And that's really what he's talking about here. It will reflect the guidance you've chosen. 2 ways of perceiving the world in your mind. Your perception will reflect the guidance you've chosen. So your desire or your prayer determines the guidance you choose, and then your perception is going to reflect that, because it's actually an inside-out job. The ego's convinced us that your perception is a result of something external to you, but that's not true. It's a result of the belief in separation. It's now interpreting whatever you see through the lens of separation.
Right.
Okay, you want to give a little summary of that? Did you read it again from the top? I can't remember.
You perceive what you expect what you invite. Your perception is the result of your invitation coming to you as you sent for it. You get what you expect. You
How do we deal with who's there? Which manifestations would you perceive? The manifestations of right. I'm just thinking, which presence's manifestations would you perceive? Do you think that's too complicated?
Egos or Holy Spirit, egos.
Yeah. Which manifestations would you perceive? Of which presence would you be convinced?
Of which presence would you be convinced? No, I think which.
Rather than whose. Yeah.
Yeah,
Which manifestations would you perceive?
I'm not sure.
Well, whose personalizes?
Of
Whose
which.
is the idea of, okay, Holy Spirit's kind of got a persona, but so does the ego. Whose? The ego is now some kind of person. So which kind of depersonalizes it? Which manifestations would you perceive? Of which presence would you be convinced?
That's why I support which.
Which? Okay,
Yeah.
we'll leave it. I think the sense is clear.
Yeah. Of which presence would you be convinced? For you will believe in what you manifest, and as you perceive the outside world, so will you perceive your inner world. So what I choose becomes real.
Yeah. My belief.
Yeah,
My
real.
belief. Perception is not independent of belief. Perception is a result of belief, which is why, in quantum mechanics, they're saying there is no reality in the absence of observation.
Right.
So your belief, the idea of an independent objective observer is crazy, because the observer, like scientists say we're being independent and objective, but they have a whole set of beliefs that influence their perception. So you're not independent and objective. In fact, you influence the outcome of the experiment through your belief. That's what they've seen. Very
then
clearly.
it reminds me that there's two ways of perceiving the world in my mind, and my perception reflects the guidance I have chosen.
Yeah.
Got it.
Good.
Good.
Can you summarize that in a sentence?
What you believe you will manifest. What you will, what you believe you'll manifest, what you believe you'll get, you will
perceive what you believe, and you'll confirm that your belief is true through what you perceive.
Yes, you'll receive what you perceive.
You'll perceive what you believe, and you'll receive what you perceive. And then you'll receive the results of your perception.
My God!
You can spin people around. Yeah.
Yeah.
You can spin people around, but maybe we'll try some of that in the retreat.
Get what you wish for.
But it makes complete sense. He's just saying, well, this is how it works. It's not independent of your belief. Like the idea that it is crazy. Like, of course, your perceptions are going to be influenced by your beliefs. The idea that there's some kind of independent, objective reality out there is a ridiculous idea. Newtonian physics is ridiculous. It doesn't make any sense.
It's an inside job. It's all in me, in my beliefs. Okay. I am the manifestation of the remembrance of love, perfect love. And when you see me, it will be because you have invited it. When you see it, it will be because you have invited it.
Yeah, when you see me, when you
receive it, it will be because I have invited it.
Well, maybe when you see me, it says referring to himself. How about when you see me, when you recognize me? Or when you acknowledge me? What do you think? Rather than see me?
I like acknowledge. Finally, you acknowledge me. Yes, I like that.
I've been knocking on the door forever.
Hello.
Listen. Knock, knock, knock.
Yeah.
Okay. I do acknowledge. There is something else. There's another presence.
And then I invite it in.
Yeah.
To sit down and have a discussion about all this.
When you acknowledge me, comma, it will be because you have invited. How about this presence?
Or I was going to say this recognition.
Except he refers to him directly, so maybe we shouldn't change it. So this presence, I think. Remembrance of oneness is the presence, and he's referred to the presence in the previous sentence.
Mm.
I think that's quite nice. We'll read it again, see if it,
For it will send you its witnesses, if you will but look upon them. Absolutely. Yes.
if you will look upon them, if you will
but see them, recognize, see them.
If you will perceive them truly, how about that?
Mm.
You will perceive them truly. Will send you its witnesses if you will look upon them. Actually, maybe if you will open your mind to them. Open your mind to perceive them. It's quite a few words to replace. What do you think? Number 6, where are we? He will send you, if you will but look upon them. He will send you as witnesses, if you will but look upon them. If you will open your mind to perceive them. I think that's quite explanatory there. You will look upon them doesn't have the same. You will open your mind to perceive them. That's what he's asking us to do.
It's much more bringing them inside. Look upon them is to kind of see them at a distance.
Yeah. So you must open your mind to perceive them.
Yeah.
Okay. Happy with that?
Remember, yeah, I like that. Remember always that you perceive what you seek. For what you seek, you will find. Yeah. Seek and you shall not find, as the ego would have it. The ego finds what it seeks, and only that. The belief in separation. Right. It does not
what
find
it seeks, and only that. Well, yes, because that's how it works. You know,
yeah.
you're looking for certain things, and it's the same, you know, on the perceptual level. If you're looking for red cars, then you'll notice the red cars.
Yeah.
And you won't notice blue cars. And then you could change your perception, say, oh, well, I'm looking for blue cars, and then you notice the blue cars and not the red ones. That's how it works. So it's the same with, you know, with the ego in general. It's like whatever it's seeking for. If you want to find evidence of pain and suffering and guilt and fear, of course you will. You'll look, because you will seek evidence for that, and you'll be attracted to the things that show you that. Whereas if you seek evidence for love and peace and joy, then again, you know, this is how it works. You kind of become a magnet for that stuff if you seek it.
Oh, exactly.
And the way you choose to use your time, you know. So if you seek to confirm the ego's belief in separation, you'll end up, you know, watching lots of news, and you'll end up, you know, dwelling on just how terrible the world is and all the problems and the problems in your own life, because that's what you seek. Whereas, you know, if you don't want that, you just go, well, switch it off. don't watch it. It's like, it's not serving me. It's just confirming that all of this seeming external world is true, and all these false beliefs are true. So, you know, why am I watching what is totally false? Oh, no. Well, I need to know what's going on in the world. Do you really? If it's all false, do you really need to know, you know, this whole false thought system?
Maybe use another time to talk to you about a request that's been made about making a film of painting and people's fears about the future in the world. And I was approached with this idea this morning by someone who wants to move on it quite quickly. And I thought, do I really want to be part of something that is perpetuating the belief in separation?
So they want you to paint people's fears.
They want people to take part in. She wants to maybe ask about 5 or 6 people to create a mural. and it will, yeah, it will be making real all their fears. And I don't know if I want to be part of it.
Well, what's the point? Is it to bring about some healing, or like what's the motivation behind it?
She wants to give a voice to people that she feels haven't been listened to, are scared to ask questions. And one of the examples she used was, if you raise this sort of questioning on Facebook, you're wiped off. I said, well, of course you are, because why you don't use that forum, or don't put this energy out in the world, because that's what you will attract. Maybe I'm not the right person for her.
Well, if it doesn't resonate, if it's used for healing, you got to ask, well, what's the purpose? Is it just indulging the belief in separation and making it real? Or is there some healing that's going to come through this? Maybe you could propose a change. You could say, well, I'll do it, if it's this way.
Yeah.
And this is how, like, so yes, we paint a mural of fear, so it's a revealing of the unconscious mind of all these fears, and then we paint another mural that's a transformation, that's a shift, that shows that we're not stuck in the fear, because too often that's what happens. Okay, you paint it and you dwell on it, it's all very dark, and that's the end goal, but that's not. But yes, okay, revealing it can be useful. Let's go and paint it all, and then let's transform it using art as the transformation modality. So you expose the fears that they show, and they're clearly brought into consciousness and expressed in the art. But then there would be okay, well, now how do we change this? So let's transform the fears, and let's paint a transformed perception of the same thing. And then you put the two side by side, and you go, oh wow, that's so interesting. Now that becomes healing, because if people see that, they go, oh wow, you can see the shift. It's the same thing that you're painting. Let's say whatever the subject matter is, the person's perception of something. It's the same thing, but it's a different perception of it. And you just see, well, that's just like light and day. You've got dark and light, and it's just a shift in perception that's happened. And now that's demonstrated for those people, so they will have some kind of shift. And then also anyone who sees the art will go, oh wow, that's quite profound, actually.
That's fantastic.
So maybe you propose that and say, look, this is how I would propose doing it. If you're not interested, if she wants to stay just in the in the fear, well, good luck, but I'm not interested. I don't want to participate in anything that's not healing, because that's the whole point. If your only function is healing and it doesn't meet the function, then you shouldn't do it. That's really what Yeshua is saying.
Exactly.
But it can be transformed. See, this is then the role of the miracle worker. You could say to her, okay, nice idea to start, but let's just change it.
Yeah.
Let's change how this is going to look so that it becomes healing and it comes into alignment with the Holy Spirit. And she might say a fantastic idea, or not. If she doesn't like it, then maybe she's not the right person to work with.
Yeah, because she started off by referencing Guernica, Picasso's Guernica, which we've already referenced here. In a discussion.
Yeah.
And I was very tired, and I'd had some sort of allergic reaction to what I ate last night, and I listened to what she said, and I said what I was on, and then I said, let's talk again. So it's very useful now to fresh light.
And in the light of this, your only function is healing. Okay, well, how does that meet the function of healing then? If it doesn't, and it's quite a good like discerning tool. Like, I don't get involved in things that are not healing. Ultimately healing. So the intention behind it is like, yes, is this part of this healing process or not? And if I can't see a way to fit it into the healing, then I don't do it, because it's not my purpose, not my function.
Yeah, exactly.
And then that keeps you out of, because the ego is always trying to distract you, isn't it? It's all kinds of avenues that are not the best use of your time necessarily.
Well, I know. Good. Thank you. Really.
And another idea. I mean, I remember while we're on that subject of art. So I actually watched that video on your website, and I thought, that's really interesting. And I said, but it was about a battle scene. I was like, whoa, okay, like how, like if you could do a video that showed like a transformation through art, that would be so much more powerful. So if you could have a reference, like maybe this could be the reference for you of like, I did this project, and you put that on. It's like a different energy, isn't it? Like transformational art. I really think there's something there for you. Transformational art. I think
it's interesting because the woman who came to me this morning was involved with the group of students who made that video 6 years ago.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Okay.
There's a sort of context. Scotland's not very big, and it's a good connection. Yeah, and also that piece I was working on was a commission piece.
Yeah. So I mean, you did it because the client commissioned it. That's what the client wanted. So you produce it. But to move, I think to move on in your art, it's like, I do transformational art. That's what I do.
Transformational.
Yeah. I mean, isn't it? Because that's healing art, transformational art. So, like, I'll paint stuff when it resonates and when there's a transformation. But maybe this is obviously, you've got to have faith, because it's like you might turn away a commission because you're like, I just don't do that anymore. But if you put yourself in that energy and you say, yes, this is what I do. I'm committing the Holy Spirit. I'm giving everything to the Holy Spirit. Then you'll find that the right work starts to come along because you've committed. God, I won't just take anything. This is what I'm going to do. And then you'll find that clients and the right kind of people come. You go, yes, actually we want transformational. We want transformational art, and it's also like for you, like as an artist. I mean, I know as in like the speaking and teaching. It's like you want to do stuff that's interesting, don't you? It's like, okay, it's a little bit cutting edge, and it's a little bit different, and it kind of changes the game, and it challenges me a bit, and it challenges other people, and like I don't just want to keep regurgitating the same old necessarily. And so that's the
I look back at me 6 years ago. It was a long time ago.
Yeah. So you've moved on, significantly from that. And I just thought, I saw the video and I was like, it doesn't quite gel anymore, like where you are now, because it was only a month or two ago. But it's like, no, it doesn't quite gel. It doesn't represent who you are now. So something to think about. I know the right project will come around. And then if you made a video of that and you put it on, it's like a different energy. It's like, okay, I don't do battle scenes. I do transformational art.
Yeah, no, I love
Maybe how about an idea of you paint those battle scenes, but you paint them from a different perspective. That could also be really interesting. So you got the old, how you painted it once upon a time, and then you go, okay, but transformed perspective, this is how it looks through the Holy Spirit's eyes. And that could also really be interesting. Anyway, I'm just like, these are ideas I'm just throwing out. So, use them or don't. But I'd been meaning to say something about that video, and I just forgot about it.
Okay.
It was a month ago or something.
Perfect moment now.
Yeah. So maybe this then becomes a project that then you could do another video, and it's really got an inspirational message. It's something like really inspiring about the whole thing. And then you attract that kind of person who goes, oh, okay, so Iona does, out there transformational art, and there's got to be a market for it, and there's people waking up, and then you attract those kinds of clients, and you're doing, ideally you'd like to get paid for doing the really like cutting edge transformational art that you want to do, and you get paid for it as a commission. That's your ideal scenario, isn't it? So why not? Yeah, why not? So let it unfold. Okay. Well, as I said, course is business. It's great. It's a great business training tool.
All right. Yeah, the belief in separation finds what it seeks, and only that. It does not find love, for that is not what it is seeking. Yet seeking and finding are the same, and if you seek for two goals, you will find them. But you will recognize neither. So is that saying trying to maintain a split mind?
Yeah. So you find them, you think you find them, but you'll actually recognize, you won't really see them, you won't recognize either because you're in a split mind.
Yeah.
You
Oh,
think
hang
they
on.
are
Yes,
the
he does
same.
want to say this. You will think they are the same because you want both of them. The mind always strives for integration. And if it is split and wants to keep the split, it will still believe it has one goal by making it seem to be one.
Yeah.
You still believe it has one goal by making it seem to be one.
In other words, you'll fudge it. It's like you're fudging something. You're not
Yeah.
really being honest. And people do this. I mentioned I had a conversation with this chap last year about that non-duality, and he's going, no, I don't need to choose. You know, these are two
Yes.
realities, and
Yeah.
I can have both of them. Why do I need to choose?
Yeah.
Because they're not contradictory. The mind seeks to make it one. But you know, if you're really honest with yourself, how do you reconcile separation and oneness? You can't. They're actually irreconcilable. So then you must choose. If you see that the fundamentally irreconcilable nature of these thought systems, then the need for a clear-cut choice is obvious. But if you fudge it and you say, no, well, actually they're the same. Like I can believe in you know, my illusions of form, and I was into tantra. Yeah, that's nice. You know, tantric sex, that's a nice experience. So I can believe in that, and I can also believe in perfect oneness. And I think that that's kind of, you know, that works. Then I'm actually I'm fooling myself. It's not true, and I'm actually not recognizing either. He's not really seeing perfect oneness then. It's that perfect oneness has become clouded by his belief in form, and his desire for that you know, that illusion. So but then he tries to confuse himself that he's actually still spiritual, and that's all part of one goal. But it's not. You can't reconcile them.
Yeah.
It's one or the other. So over and over, you know, Jesus is teaching us that in many different ways.
Yeah.
So that eventually we come to the same realization as he did. It's like, well, yes, I have to choose. So why am I delaying the choice then? You know, why am I fudging it when actually I just need to be very honest and just choose now, rather than, you know, wait another few lifetimes. So do you want to read it from the top?
I am the manifestation of the remembrance of oneness, and when you acknowledge me, it will be because you have invited this presence. For it will send you its witnesses if you will open your mind to perceive them. Remember always that you perceive what you seek, for what you seek you will find. The belief in separation finds what it seeks, and only that. It does not find love, because for that is not what it is seeking. Yet seeking and finding are the same. And if you seek for two goals, you will find them, but you will recognize neither. You will think they are the same because you want both of them. The mind always strives for integration, and if it is split and wants to keep the split, it will still believe it has one goal by making it seem to be one.
Okay.
So
The summary of that.
when I acknowledge remembrance of oneness, it's because I've invited this presence into my mind. My mind is open to perceive witnesses that remembrance of oneness sends me.
Do you think we should change mind to awareness?
Oh yeah, yeah. So my awareness is increased, and I will recognize the witnesses sent to me. Those that will bear witness to the power of remembrance of oneness, yeah, and its presence.
Mm.
And being reminded that I perceive what I seek, and I will find what I seek.
Mm.
He's saying, be wary of belief in separation, for it will not find love. It's not what it's seeking. If I persist in seeking for two goals, I will find two goals, but I'll recognize neither. As you say, I'll fudge it. I'll think they're the same because I want both. I want a bit of this and a bit of that.
Yeah, and I'll actually convince myself, and I've seen this, this is this chap. He's an intelligent guy. He studied at Vita, he studied A Course in Miracles, and his desire for maintaining the split convinces him that this is okay, and that he's actually seeing truly. And he won't see it any other way. He's absolutely convinced. When someone comes in like me and says, no, that's not possible, he's like, no, it is. You're confused. It is possible to. Well, it just shows you. It is possible to mix separation and oneness, is what he's saying, and somehow be sane. And it's like, well, clearly it's not, because they contradict each other.
Yeah.
You can try and fudge it all you like, but in the end, you cannot. I mean, it's just totally logical. How can you have perfect oneness and have separation at the same time? It's not perfect oneness if there's any separation from it, is there? So that's completely obvious. Perfect oneness denies any separation, otherwise it wouldn't be perfect. And if you have any imperfection, then it's not perfect oneness is nowhere. There's no oneness anymore. Oneness is no longer true. So that's how it goes. It's one or the other. Any thought of separation denies oneness completely.
Mm-hmm.
And perfect oneness denies any thought of separation completely. They are perfect, states unto themselves.
Yes.
So they cannot both be true. You have to choose.
So seek the perfect state of oneness.
Only. And then you must let go of the belief in separation, because it doesn't reconcile, and it never will. And this is the at-one-ment that he's asking us to undertake, the at-one-ment process. You must believe only in oneness. That's where he's taking us. There is no separation. The idea of separation doesn't exist anymore. All of its effects are gone. It's nada. It's nothing. It's gone. It's over. The universe disappears. The world of form and time and space disappears forever from your awareness. And of course, the ego is terrified at that.
Yeah.
But your spirit is exalted. Your spirit goes, oh, that's so amazing. Yes, I can just feel I can actually be free of this shit. I don't have to keep doing this. I'm not bound to keep, playing out a human life and trying to figure out this world and trying to make this thought system that doesn't work. I'm not bound up in that. I can be free. I can let it all go. I can free my mind entirely. Or not at all. That's what he's saying. You do it entirely or not at all. One thought of separation keeps you in the illusion.
Yeah.
Okay. So happy with number 6?
Yeah.
Let's go to number 7. Just quickly grab it from here. Where are we? Number 7. I'll actually just be quicker to do it another way, I think. Okay, so number 7.
It is.
Kenneth's still with us.
Yeah, he's still with us. I want to have time to give him a massage after yesterday, so I don't know if we'll get to 15. Yeah.
How are we doing? Number 7.
Number 7.
Okay, well, let's crack on with it. We won't digress into art or else.
I can feel myself fading a bit. I said before that what you project or extend is up to you, but you must do one or the other, for that is the law of mind, or that is the law of awareness. And you must look in before you look out. As you look in, you choose the guide for perceiving.
How about within rather than in?
Okay.
Before you look outwards.
Outwards.
You must look within. You must. Maybe we'll keep look. You must perceive within before you look. What do you think? Change look to perceive, or just leave it?
I do like look in this.
Yeah, I think it works. Perceive
Instant.
within doesn't really have the same impact. Okay, so we'll leave it.
As you look in, you choose the guide for. As you look within. Yeah.
You choose the guide for perception. Okay.
Perception. Yeah. And then you look outwards and behold its witnesses.
Yeah. So this approach, you look within, you choose your guide. Do I want separation or do I want oneness at the very core? And then you look outwards and you perceive what your desire is. You perceive what you want to perceive.
Yeah.
That's what he's saying. The diagram just puts it in visual format.
This is why you find what you seek. What you want in yourself, you will make manifest, and you will accept it from the world because you put it there by wanting it. Think you are projecting what you do not want, it is still because you do want it. This leads directly to dissociation, for it represents the acceptance of two goals, each perceived in a different place, separated from each other because you made them different. The awareness then sees a divided world outside itself.
You think maybe your awareness instead of the awareness. How about that? Make it a bit more personal. Perceives.
Perceive.
A divided world outside itself, but not within.
This gives it an illusion of integrity and enables it to believe that it is pursuing one goal. Yet as long as you perceive the world as split, you are not healed. For to be healed is to pursue one goal, because you have accepted only one and want but one.
Only instead of but. Okay, do you want to read it from the top?
I said before that you project or extend, what you project or extend is up to you, but you must do one or the other, for that is the law of awareness. And you must look within before you look outwards. So do one or the other, make your mind up. Are you projecting or extending? But look inside yourself, look within before you look out. And choose the guide for perception, whether it's what was it in the middle of the diagram? The prayer for desire or guidance? Desire or...
Yeah, let's go back there. So the desire or prayer of the heart is, do you want to be separate?
Thank you.
Do I want to be a separate self, or do I want to be one self? That's really the core of it. The miracle is when you shift and you say, no, I want one self rather than to be a separate self.
Okay.
Which then changes belief, thought, emotion, perception, depending on the desire.
Go inside and decide what you're going for.
And this is the very core of it, because if you look at the metaphysics of this in our diagram, it all started with a desire, didn't it? What kicked off the ego was a desire for another experience. Well, I'm kind of bored of this. I'd like to be a separate. I'd like my own identity. That's what underpins the ego.
Yeah.
So now at the miracle just goes into the desire and says, no, I'm changing my mind. If desire brought this all into play, into being, I'm changing my mind. I don't desire it anymore because its consequences are horrific. And I didn't realize what I was getting myself into. And I desired it because we didn't. We had no idea what, this thought system would hold for us.
Right.
Just seemed to be attractive to start with. Oh, I can have my own identity. That's a nice idea. My own will, but oh dear, now we start unpacking it, and you go into the guilt and the sin and the fear and the attack, and you go, this wasn't a very good idea. Down the bottom here you go, this wasn't not a good idea if you look honestly at it. So let me change my mind. I don't desire this anymore. I desire only oneness. And you can't fudge it. He's saying you can't desire both. You can't split your mind, desire to be separate and one at the same time. It's not possible. They contradict each other. So there's an illusion of integrity, but it's just not true. So you believe you're pursuing one goal. As this, that was very instructive for me to have that conversation with the guy, because he was into teaching, healing. He'd done all kinds of spiritual work. He was teaching workshops and stuff, and he's given himself the illusion that he's pursuing one goal, healing, and this is all good. But actually he's not. He split his mind, and he's confused. And so how can a confused teacher really teach anything? It's like the teaching is very questionable, isn't it? If it's not clear. The unhealed healer who hasn't decided himself, what he actually wants.
Of course. The unhealed healer.
I think the power of your healing with Kenneth is that you both have actually decided this is what you want. You are one. It's like, okay, and so the healing then just follows from that decision. Yeah. Yes, we are one. We accept we're not egos.
Yeah.
We're spirit, and we're going to allow ourselves to be used by the spirit in this healing work. And two people in that mindset, that when two or more together in my name, then I will be there. Thanks, said Jesus. So then it's just the power of unity coming in to do the healing for the clients.
It's very lovely.
Yeah.
So he's saying, look within and choose.
Yeah.
And
then exactly, it's useful to reference to this diagram, actually, isn't it? Because that's exactly what he's saying, just diagrammatically illustrated.
Yeah. And so if I choose for the belief in separation, I choose to see a helpless, enervated little life. If I choose for oneness, the witnesses that are sent to me in our mighty companions and confirm my oneness in the whole.
Yeah, and you will perceive the same situations, but you'll perceive them differently.
Yes, exactly.
So the same thing can happen, and the ego is going to interpret it one way, and the spirit's going to interpret it another. So it's the same thing, but your reality is shifted because you're perceiving it totally differently.
Right.
That's what he's saying. So you change your mind, you change your belief, you change your world straight away because your perception of everything changes.
I just had an image of going through one door or going through the other door. It was just, I could see myself disappearing through one door.
Yeah.
Not the other. Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's how it is. It's a definite choice. You can't go through, and you can't go through both. That's not possible.
No.
You can vacillate. You can take a step through one door, and then you can change your mind. You can go through another, kind of revolving doors. But that's, if you keep doing that, you're not going to go places.
No, quite so.
You go through the door and go, okay, that door is now leading to a whole journey. I'm not turning back. That door opens the way to a different path. And I'm willing to continue this and not vacillate and go back and question myself. And that's what he's encouraging us to do in this lesson, in this text reading. Okay, so happy with number 7.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right, so let's go into number 8. Do this twice. Okay. All right, so number 8.
You want only love, you will see nothing else. The contradictory nature of the witnesses you perceive is merely the reflection of your conflicting invitations. Interesting. You have looked upon your mind and accepted opposition there, having sought it there. But do not believe that the witnesses for opposition are true, for they attest only to your decision about reality, returning to you the messages you gave them. Okay, you have perceived your awareness and accepted opposition there.
Having sought it there. I mean, that's insane, isn't it? Why would you seek opposition in your own mind? But that's how it goes.
That is,
Believe
that is bonkers. But don't believe that the witnesses for opposition are true, for they attest only to your decision about reality. I chose wrongly, but returning to you the messages you gave them. Love, too, is recognized by its messengers. If you make love manifest, its messengers will come to you because you invited them in. So, yeah, be punctilious about inviting the right guest into your mind.
Yeah. So you need to be vigilant, because which messages are you going to see? Which messages are you going to see? Means it's fundamental. So like how you perceive the world attests to your belief as to who you are. This is what's going on all the time. So vigilance is required, because it's so easy to allow the ego to come in and start telling you lies. So you're perceiving falsely, and then really you what you're confirming to yourself in your mind is, yes, I do believe in separation. I am a separate self, and this whole disastrous thought system is real. And so one idle perception of like, oh, okay, yes, I'll believe the ego in that instance, does that. It splits your whole mind. And so he's trying to make us very aware of that and vigilant for it. So the need. He says at some point early in the text, the need for clear-cut vigilance. As long as you believe in what is not there, the need for clear-cut vigilance is apparent. You must be vigilant of your perceptions, because your perceptions influence what you believe.
Yeah. And
one false perception brings the ego into seeming reality in your mind. That's how it works.
Again. Yeah.
So that's why, like, one false thought, and you follow that train of thought, and then emotion, it hijacks the mind, and suddenly you're in an ego fug, and you've forgotten the truth. Yeah. One false idea. So and it's got many it's always trying to bring these false ideas into your mind and get you to believe in them, using whatever the situations are that you're seeing outside of yourself. So you need to be really, really vigilant, which is why the mind training is essential, because without the vigilance, you're just going to fall hook, line, and sinker for the ego time and time again. Okay. We happy with it? Do you want to read that from the top? Have we got everything translated?
I think we've got everything translated. Yeah. When you want to, do you want me to read it from the top?
Yeah, read it from. There were a couple of things there I just wanted to look at. Turning to your message you gave them, recognized. Do you want to read it from the top?
I can't see it.
Oh, okay. You have perceived your awareness and accepted opposition there. Oh, right. Okay. That doesn't start there. Sorry.
When you know love, you will perceive nothing else. The contradictory nature of the witnesses you perceive is merely the reflection of your conflicting invitations. Yeah. You have perceived your awareness and accepted opposition there, having sought it there. But do not believe that the witnesses for opposition are true, for they attest only to your decision about reality, returning to you the messages that you gave them. Love, too, is recognized by its messengers. If you make love manifest, its messengers will come to you because you invited them.
Okay. Give a little summary of that.
Decide wholly for love and everything will attest to your correct decision. If I invite a conflicted message into my mind, i.e. my little belief in separation and a little bit of love, then I will invite confused messages. I send out confused messages, I receive confusing, conflicting messages.
Yeah. So be vigilant.
Be vigilant. Yeah. Be vigilant.
One false thought splits your mind. That's the problem. And then you get caught up in its. And there's no then you try and solve the problem within that thought system, don't you?
Yeah.
Which of course is not going to work.
Yeah.
But the ego is going to try and convince you it's going to work. I don't know why this isn't working. Power of decision. Okay, we'll try another one. Let's try this. Okay.
No, I'm going to do one more paragraph with you, and then that will be 8 o'clock. I'm leaving.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll do the last paragraph. You don't want to do a med. It's too late for that.
Want to do a meditation, Kenneth? Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what I'll do is I'll do a meditation on the lesson, and then I'll incorporate the last 6 paragraphs into it, so you kind of get it in the med. How about that?
All right.
Good work.
Okay. Yes. Ooh.
All right.
No. All right. 1 minute, please.
Okay. I'm just going to go to the toilet then. Let's just stop the pause the recording. yet. Not yet. Alrighty. Ziona back. There we go. Right. Let's start the recording again. And okay. Where were we? So number 9. The power of decision.
We're going to meditate on this, or just or do this.
We said you're going to do one more paragraph. Up to you.
Yeah. The power
So
of
do
decision
one
is
more,
your one.
one more paragraph. Yeah.
Yeah. Janet's laughing at me.
Yeah.
You laughing at me.
Why is he laughing at you?
Power, I don't know.
It's funny.
Is your one remaining freedom as a prisoner of this world. You can decide to see it right. What you made or what you're made of is not its reality, for its reality is only what you gave it. What you
Made of
you
it's
give
not
it.
its reality is only what you make it. How about instead of give it?
Yeah,
You think that's better?
that's clear.
Hmm.
You cannot really make anything or really give anything but love to anyone or anything, nor can you really receive anything but love from them. You cannot really give anything but love to anyone or anything, nor can you really receive anything but love from them. That's wonderful. If you think you have received anything else, it is because you have looked within and thought you saw the power to give something else within yourself. So is that about I looked within and attacked myself?
Yeah.
It was only this decision that determined what you found, for it was a decision for what you sought. Gosh, so that was my decision to attack myself.
So we decided we wanted separation because it was an
Yes,
intriguing idea.
yes,
And so we sought that. You know, we wanted separation, so that's what we That's what we desired. And then that decision determines what we find. Then we find, because we want to believe it, we find separation, because that's what we want. So our desire makes our reality, seeming reality. And then the consequences of that desire are that we have guilt because of the separation. We feel that we've been really bad, and so we deserve punishment, and so there's fear and attack, and all of that is the result of our decision to be separate. It was only this decision that determined what you found. So change your mind. The miracle is a correction because it's a change of mind. It's a change in your decision. That's really the key. And I quite like this diagram because that's what it's showing. The miracle comes at the level of the decision. What do you want? Because that decision is what kicked off the whole illusion of separation. The decision to be separate. So you must change, you must reverse that decision in every instance where the decision for separation seems to be dominant, seems to be still the decision that you made. You must change it. And so moment by moment, situation by situation, miracle by miracle, this is how you change your decision.
Yes.
Well, that's actually, I've just got something maybe that I didn't understand before. That's so interesting, isn't it? It's a decision. You kind of know that, but it's a decision that you made. You decided to be separate. So you must change the decision in each instance that decision is playing out in your life.
Yeah.
Whenever you see the effects of separation on the perceptual level, you have to realize that it's my decision to experience that, to experience these effects.
Yes,
this
indeed.
is a consequence of my desire to be separate, which was a decision. It was not forced upon me. I decided that I wanted this.
I made that choice.
I made that choice. So now I must change my mind. I must make another choice because that's the only way I can correct the false choice. So the miracle is really a correction in my decision. It's a change of decision at the very core of it, which then ripples all the way through belief, thought, emotion, back up to perception. And now your perception of everything's going to be changed because your decision changed. So I'm now no longer seeing the effects of separation, which was my previous decision. I'm now seeing the effects of oneness, which is my new decision. And I see what I see in accordance with my decision.
It changes everything.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's the power of this. And this, honestly, I don't know. I mean, I haven't studied psychology, psychotherapy and stuff. Didn't go to university, but I don't think they get taught this. In your experience, I mean, do psychologists understand this?
No.
But actually, this is what's going on in the mind. This is the model of the mind.
No.
They
Definitely
don't.
not. I feel quite sorry for clinical psychologists. I really do.
Well, it's almost like it stops here. They talk about emotion, thought, belief, but it's like we're not going to go beyond that, because if we go beyond that, then we have to look at the decision to be separate or to be one, because that's what it comes down to. And then you're talking about a fundamental shift. It's not just another ego thought system that can be used to confirm the belief in separation. You actually have to go into true spiritual healing then. And I think they're just like everyone, they've got the egos and they're scared of it.
Oh my God, yes. That's for sure.
You don't want to go into, yes, I decided to be separate and that's the whole problem. Now I can change my mind. But somehow I still think that the ego, the decision for separation, offers me something. It offers me an identity. It offers me a reality and a world that I think I want. And Jesus is saying, think again, look again upon what you made, and decide again, because it's not very pretty if you look at it, honestly. And then that inspires you to change your decision. So usually it's only through pain. Enough pain on the perceptual, emotional level then gets you to say, no, I want something else. I'm going to change my mind. Okay, so I'm going to summarize number 9, and then we'll go into a meditation. It's a nice paragraph, actually.
It is. It's wonderful.
Power of decision is your one remaining freedom. As a prisoner of this world, you can decide to perceive it right. That's been quoted. I've heard that before from people like David Hoffmeister.
Yeah.
It's one of those lines that gets quite often quoted from the course.
Okay. You can decide to perceive it right. You can escape being a prisoner of this world. My reality is what I make it. But I can't, in effect, I can't give anything but love to anything or anyone. Nor can I receive anything but love. Perceive it right is the summation of that, right? And I will receive love because I see love within. I looked within and know the love within myself.
And in the end, it comes down to a decision. Your perception is a decision. That's kind of the almost revolutionary teaching of this course. Your perception is a decision. It's not dependent on the external conditions of your so-called reality. It's a result of your decision. So what do you decide for? And that's going to determine everything: belief, thought, emotion, perception. It's a result of decision, because that's how we made the ego. It was a decision, a very bad decision. So we must change our mind, make another decision. And decision means, it's useful to look at the Latin root, decidere. It means to cut away. To cut away. So you must cut away. Decision means you must cut away one choice. Decision means you have to choose. It's one or the other. You can't have both. Otherwise, you're not really deciding anything. You're just fudging it and going, I don't have to decide. But you do. Because at the very core, do I want to be separate or do I want to be one? That's the key choice. And I can't be both. It's going to be one or the other. So it all comes down to the split in the mind and the decision. Well, which identity, which reality are you going to choose? In every perception you have, that's what it comes down to.
Have it manifest in the world. See the witnesses that I have manifested. See the effects of the world in the decision I make within my mind.
So you'll reinterpret even people say, well, you can't change the world on level of perception. There's still a war in Ukraine. Your decision doesn't change that. But the way you see it changes dramatically. The way you perceive it is going to be very different. So, from the belief in separation, it's like, yes, this confirms war is true. Attack, fear, hatred. Oh, I'm very scared. Maybe this World War III, and on it goes. From the decision for separation, from the decision for oneness, you go, well, this is just a cry for love. It's just the ego's another ego obstacle shown in the manifest world to try and convince me that separation is true and conflict is true, but it's not true. It's just a cry for love, and it's a requirement. It's a cry for healing. So let me make that decision and not be sucked into believing that it's true. And then you see the same thing completely differently depending on what your decision about it is. And it's actually that simple. This really is not a complicated thought system. Really, if you boil it down to this, it's simply a decision in your mind as to how you want to see it, what you believe and how you want to see it. But I guess it's considered radical in this world because everyone's believing in what's false. We don't get taught the simple truth, do we? I don't teach this in psychology school, and unless you're studying the course or something like it. But I honestly haven't seen this diagram anywhere else. Well, this is coming directly from Jesus, Yeshua, who really did understand the mind. He had a very, the deepest understanding of any human being possibly ever. He attained. And so he's saying this is actually how it works. So we're very fortunate to be able to, to learn from it. And the simplicity of it, he's saying it's actually so simple. It's just a decision. In every moment, in every situation, just make the right decision. And then the Holy Spirit, the remembrance of oneness, takes care of the rest. Your perception's going to change, your belief's going to change. The things you extend out, your thoughts, your words, your actions, it all changes because of your decision. Mm. So just for God's sakes, make the right decision. That's what he's saying.
Okay. Remember. Should we decide for a meditation then?
Yeah. All right. So yeah, well done. That was 9 paragraphs isn't insubstantial to get through.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Plus the 11 paragraph lesson before.
Lesson. Yes, yeah. Exactly. The time has actually gone very quickly, but I know that I'm fading now.
It is 5 hours, I think, something like that.
Yeah, I think
we're in hour number. Let me check. Yeah, 3 hours. Yeah, I've been recording some splits. We had some breaks. That's 4 hours around. So just
thank you.
Yeah, my pleasure. Making yourself comfortable.
Just turn my phone off.
Yeah, it's a good idea. I'll put you on mute. So making yourself comfortable, sitting, your feet shoulder width apart, back straight. Cup your hands in your lap. Close your eyes. And you're going to start off as usual with a nice deep breath in through the nose. So breathing in, noticing how the stomach rises and the chest rises, and the subtle flow of air in through the nostrils. Clench the sphincter muscle. So you lock the energy in, you draw the energy up your spine into your heart center. Put one hand on your heart, connecting with your heart space. Bringing your attention fully into the present moment. Drawing the energy in to the heart, raising it up the spine, to your upper chest, up through your neck, back of your head, into the crown of your head. Pausing at the top of the inhale. So let's check in, scan your mind, notice any thoughts, any emotions, any related sensations going on. If there's anything that feels at all negative, limiting, contracted, constricting in any way, just observe it. Remind yourself as you breathe into it that light and joy and peace abide in me, or if you prefer, true awareness. And joy and peace abide in me. They are in my awareness now. And my sinlessness is guaranteed by God, or perfect love. So say to yourself one more time, breathe in the light. Imagine you breathing light in. Maybe it's just a light feeling, or maybe you visualize a golden or white light flowing into your body, every pore, every cell, every muscle, particularly any areas where there's tension, tightness, darkness. In any way, bring the light in to body, every part of your mind, every fiber of your being. You say light or true awareness and joy and peace. Connect with the energy of joy, infusing it into every pore, every cell, every muscle of your body, every part of your mind. And peace. A deep peace beyond any peace you've known in this world, so deep that nothing can disturb it. This is what abides in you. This is your true reality. So you breathe it in. And you rest in peace, and peace is joy is vibrantly alive peace. So it's like joy just kind of makes it sparkle in your mind, like sparkling peace. So have a sense of that as you breathe it all in, infusing it into every pore, every cell, every muscle of your body, every part of your mind, fiber of your being. It's in the light, in true awareness that you have, and the peace and the joy that come from it. Nowhere else to go, nothing else to do, just rest in this light and joy and peace, which is sinless. Remind yourself, my sinlessness is guaranteed by God. Sinlessness is guaranteed by pure formless awareness of perfect love itself. And I have that awareness now. So just breathe it in. Like you're rooted in this awareness. It's a empty, open, spacious awareness. It's transcendent. So accept it in. And by definition, you must let go of everything else. So as you exhale, just put away your foolish self-images, says Yeshua. Let them go, in other words. So that's any attachment to any image in this world that is part of the foolish self-image. Spend the rest of the practice period in trying to experience what pure formless awareness is. What pure formless awareness of perfect love has given you, this awareness and only this awareness, in place of what you have decreed for yourself. So in place of all the littleness, the helpless, innovative little life, and the lack and the limitation, the scarcity and the loss and the sickness and the death, in place of all of that, you accept pure formless awareness. Holiness, if you prefer. So just rest here for a few moments in this state of pure formless awareness, perfect love. You realize that there's nowhere else to go, there's nothing else to do, just to think about, just breathe, relax, and sink inwards to the light. So just breathing in and out, watching your breath flowing into your nostrils and out of your nostrils, just letting the breath kind of breathe you. No desire to do anything else. Observe the breath and listen to these powerful words from section 7 of chapter 12, the last 5 paragraphs. I'm going to read you and let them drop into your mind, like pebbles into a pond, on a very still, calm, windless day. So you don't have to try and intellectually understand these ideas, interpret them, judge them, label them. Just allow them in. They're just permeating into your open mind. You're in this empty, open, spacious, pure, formless awareness. You are sinless and you are innocent. And in that open, empty, spacious, aware, innocent state, truth will arise. So listen to these words and let them drop into your mind like pebbles in a pond, permeating into the very depths of the pond, being your mind, subconscious, where they will sit and profoundly change your mind. So replacing the default thought system of separation of the ego. So listen to what Yeshua has to say. These remaining 5 paragraphs in this very present, open, empty state of awareness. Keep watching your breath, breathing in and out through your nose, while you do this to keep your mind present. In this present state, you're most receptive. There's no resistance, just perfect awareness. Allow this perfect message to come into it. And so Jesus says, beginning of paragraph 10, you are afraid of me because you looked within and are afraid of what you saw. Yet you could not have seen or perceived reality. The reality of your mind, your true awareness, is the loveliest of God's creations, is the loveliest of perfect love's extensions. That's another way of saying it. So, just so lovely. You are the extension of that loveliness, coming only from God or pure formless awareness of perfect love. Its power and grandeur, its power and magnificence could only bring you peace if you really looked upon it. If you are afraid, it's because you saw something that is not there. It's because you perceived something that is not there. It's the only reason why you're afraid. Yet in that same place, you could have looked upon me and all your brothers or companions in the perfect safety of the mind or awareness which created us. Which is perfectly safe because it's perfectly one. There's no attack in it. For we are there in the peace of the Father. In the peace of the source, our source that made us, our united source, which wills to extend its peace through you. So feel that will. It's just a feeling of deep peace. Breathe it in to your hearts. Breathe it into every part of your mind, every fiber of your being. And then how can you not extend this? It's in your mind. The natural tendency of mind is to extend or project. So bring to mind someone or something who seems to be outside of you, and have a sense of extending this peace that you feel now to this person. Extend this peace, and allowing the very essence of peace, which comes from pure formless awareness, to extend through you. And then you must feel peaceful. You cannot extend peace and not feel peaceful. What you extend or project confirms your decision about who you think you are. So decide for peace, and you see peace in the world. Even if there's war, you see that war is just a call for peace. It's a mistake. It needs to be corrected. So feel this deep peace. Just keep breathing it in. It's getting more and more peaceful with each breath. Breathing in and out through the nostrils, and just observe the subtle sensations of the nostrils. And with each breath, sinking deeper into the peace. Peace that passes all understanding, it's been called. Because it is so deep and it's so far beyond this world. So if you remember in today's lesson, Osho talks about you transcend all the laws of time and space. Peace is not according to the laws of time and space. It's quality of pure formless awareness or perfect love. So when you've accepted your mission to extend peace, you will find peace by making it manifest. You will see it, you will perceive it. So as you manifest and you perceive, so you see the effects of your thought system, of your decision. So the external world either confirms our decision. It's either going to confirm the reality of peace, or it's going to confirm the reality of war, conflict. Your one mission is to extend the peace that you find, connect with it, and then so its holy witnesses, peace's holy witnesses, will surround you because you called upon them, and they will come to you. That's how it works. What you desire, what you decide for, is what you then call upon. Desire attracts. It's a ultimate law of attraction is, what do you desire? Do you desire separation? Do you desire oneness? Yeshua says, I've heard your call, and I've answered it. But you will not look upon me, nor hear the answer that you sought. It's because you do not yet want only that. Yet, as I become more real to you, you will learn that you do want only that. And you will see me or perceive me as you look within. And we will look on the real world together. We will perceive the real world together through the eyes of Christ, the eyes of the one self that we all share, and that you share with our teacher, Yeshua. We share the same self. He is not separate from us. We perceive the real world together. The real world is the world reinterpreted, the world through the eyes of Christ, the one self. Only this real world exists, the world of corrected perception. Only the real world can be perceived. The real world is the world of illusion seen correctly, seen without using exclusively the body's eyes. So only this real world can be perceived. The world based on illusion is an illusion. Based on false thought must be illusion. As you decide, so will you see or perceive. So decision leads to sight or perception. As you decide, so will you perceive. So it all starts with your inner decision. That profoundly influences your perceptions. And all that you see or perceive but witnesses to your decision. So this is how it works. We make a decision for oneness or for separation, and then what we see in the outer world, we perceive, not just with the bodies and all this, reflects our decision. Make the decision for separation, you see a cruel, unfair, unkind, harsh world filled with guilt and sin and fear and attack. That seems to be the reality. But it's just a witness to your decision about what you want to be. You will see it or perceive it outside of you, because you saw it first within. You must see the truth within before you can see it outside of yourself. Everything you behold without, judgment of what you beheld within, everything you perceive without, judgment of what you beheld within, what you perceived within. It is your judgment, it will be wrong. For judgment is not your function. So your judgment, the judgment of the little self, is not your function. Function is to transcend that. It's the judgment of the Holy Spirit, of the remembrance of oneness. It is the judgment of the Holy Spirit and remembrance of oneness. It will be right. Because that awareness of oneness, the remembrance of oneness, is the truth. The ultimate truth that cannot be undone. So this judgment, right-minded judgment, is your only function. That is function of oneness, remembrance of oneness in your mind. To judge truly, to judge everything in the light of oneness. So there's no condemnatory judgment, there's no condemning of your brothers, companions, or whatever you think they've done. Only function is to see the love in them. So you share this function of the Holy Spirit only by judging as it does. It only judges for oneness, judges against separation. Doesn't go into the dream world illusion and say, that's real, that's true. Simply dismisses all the false effects and simply says only oneness is true, so none of this is true. Nothing on the level of form is true. And then it reserves no judgment at all. And you will judge against yourself. In other words, you condemn yourself, says Yeshua. But the Holy Spirit, in remembrance of oneness, will judge for you. So remember, judgment can be used in two senses. Right-minded judgment, the Holy Spirit, call that right-minded judgment, the last judgment. It's the collapsing of the entire dream. So you just recognize that You don't want the power of judgment that the ego has given you, the power to condemn, to believe in separation, to make separation real, to condemn whoever and whatever as sinful and guilty, and therefore worthy of punishment. This is not the kind of judgment you want. You do not judge yourself, you simply judge or evaluate all of the ego's thoughts and beliefs and all of its works, everything that's manifested as nothing. So remember then that whenever you look without and react unfavorably to what you see, to what you perceive, you judge yourself unworthy. You condemned yourself to death. This is what you do when you judge through the ego. Condemn yourself to death. It's a death wish. Why would you believe in a death wish? The death penalty is the ego's ultimate goal. The death penalty is the belief in separation's ultimate goal. For it fully believes that you are a criminal, as deserving of death. So it's a death wish. Ego belief in separation leads to one thing only, and that's death. Fully believes that you deserve to be punished for your crime. Separating from the eternal, infinite, loving presence we call God. So death penalty is the ego's ultimate goal, the belief in separation's ultimate goal, for it fully believes that you are a criminal, as deserving of death, as God knows you are deserving of life. And the death penalty never leaves the ego's mind. Never leaves the belief in separation's awareness, shall we say. That is what it always reserves for you in the end. It's one promise is that you will die. Your separate identity will seemingly die, your body will die, and everything that it's caused you to do and think and say will die with it. Gone into the nothingness out of which it was already created. Wanting to kill you is the final expression of its feeling for you. Will torment you while you live. Its hatred is not satisfied until you die. For your destruction is the one end towards which it works, and the only end with which it will be satisfied. So you live to die. The moment you're born to this world, you're on a timeline, and that timeline ends in death. And you're born to die. And the ego is not satisfied until it is killed. every seeming mind that plays host to it. So the ego, belief in separation, is not a traitor to God. Not a traitor to pure formless awareness or love. Pure formless awareness of perfect love, to which treachery is impossible. But it is a traitor to you who believe that you've been treacherous to your Father, to your source. So if you believe that separation is true and real, and this belief is the treachery, this belief is the death wish that will kill you ultimately, seemingly kill you. Although your mind cannot die, so this is why we have reincarnation. Come back into another body, do it all over again, believe in a death wish, and end up with the body dying. This is the cycle of birth and death, which the ego has set us on, which Holy Spirit would free us from. So this ego, this belief in separation, he is a traitor to you who believe that you've been treacherous to your source. Seems to be traitorous, denies the source, denies the truth, denies who you are, denies everything that's true and real. And this is why the undoing of guilt is an essential part of the Holy Spirit's teaching, or the remembrance of perfect love's teaching. As long as you feel guilty, you're listening to the voice of the ego, the voice of the belief in separation. Which tells you that you have been treacherous to God, to perfect love. And therefore deserve death. This is the ego's delusion. You have actually pulled it off. You've been treacherous to a pure formless awareness, or perfect love that's completely transcendent, that doesn't know anything about this belief in separation. And therefore you need to be punished. This is a sin that deserves punishment and death. And this is all happening in our own belief. It's not real. We make it real in our minds, because this is what we choose to believe when we choose to be a separate self. Separation demands it. You will therefore think that death comes from God, comes from perfect love, pure formless awareness, and not from the belief in separation, the ego, because by confusing yourself with the ego, the belief in separation, you believe that you want death. In other words, the ego is a death wish. And we desire it, and it works towards its goal, fanatic insistence, which is why we age, why we get sick and age, and why we die. And that seems to be everyone's fate. Every human being dies. And we die because we believe in separation, for no other reason. Die because we confused ourselves with the ego, the belief in separation. And then we must believe that we want death. But how can pure formless awareness, perfect love, want death? Death does not exist in its mind, in its awareness. But from what you want, God does not save you. In other words, if you desire something, the power of your mind brings it into being for you, makes it a reality for you. And pure formless awareness of perfect love cannot save you from your desire. You must change your desire. You must change what you want. It's kind of logical. How can, if we desire something, then that's what we're choosing, and we must choose all of its consequences as well. We cannot then ask God, pure formless awareness of perfect love, to help us if we desire in the opposite of it. Because the desire is what denies it, denied its power. When you're tempted to yield to the desire for death, which is the ego's ultimate desire, end of its thought system, the death wish, remember that I did not die. Yeshua is referring to his own life, which we all know the story of. He did not die, he resurrected to prove that the mind is eternal, life is eternal. So he asks you, so you will realize that this is true when you look within and see me. So you see or perceive that Yeshua is with you always. This presence that he stands for, presence of eternal love, remembrance of perfect love, the Holy Spirit is there in your mind, waiting for you to awaken to it. He says, what I've overcome, death for myself alone. Of course he didn't. His message was for everyone. The crucifixion, resurrection was a master teaching in overcoming the ego's thought system. And would eternal life have been given me of the Father, the source, unless it had also given it to you? So how can Jesus have it? Yeshua, just a man, just like any other human, had same potential, had a mind. So he chose to use his mind and made him extraordinary. Saying, this same potential, this power is yours too. It has also given it to you. This is your gift, your birthright. This power of God, the power of pure formless awareness, perfect love is yours. So it says, when you learn to make me manifest, talking about himself, what he symbolizes, transcendent love, you will never see death. You will never perceive death. Well, if you perceive only the symbol of eternal life, how can you see death? For you will have looked upon the deathless in yourself, and you will see only the eternal as you look out upon a world that cannot die. You will perceive only the eternal. So, for a couple of minutes to close the meditation, go inwards, look within, as he advocates in this section of the text, and perceive only the eternal as an eternal loving presence in your mind, which is true, always has been and always will be true. So just go there, go into the deathless, the eternal in your mind, state of mind beyond death, where the death of the body is meaningless. Body is an illusion, it's not real, so its death means nothing. You've attached your mind to a body mistakenly, and so sink inwards deeply, deeper and deeper with each breath. Observe the breath, subtle sensations of the breath in your nostrils. And with each breath, deepen your awareness. Go more deeply into the eternal presence, which is pointing us to eternal presence of love itself. Nowhere else to go, nothing else to do, nothing else to think about. Just breathe. Observe the breath in and out through the nostrils. And when any thoughts come up to really pull you back into the world of death, could be a minor grievance against someone, an irritation, a frustration, scrap of anger, a little bit of fear. These are all part of the thought system of death, the death wish of the ego, the wish to not be eternal life, the wish to be a separate form that dies. This is all the death wish. Just blow it all away, like dark clouds leaving you. It's the breeze of your breath. The holy breath, it's being called, the Holy Spirit, remembrance of oneness. Blow it all away to the nothingness that it really is. And go beyond clouds into the light. Your source shining through your mind. You're in this light awareness. Nothing else to do, nowhere else to go, just Just merge into that presence. Don't resist it, just allow it. Come into your awareness fully, envelop you, encompass you, overwhelm you. No separate self remains. Just the light of pure formless awareness, perfect love. Another couple of minutes of deep, contemplative silence. Just experience that light. And so gently coming back, just bring a little bit of your awareness back, this deep, connected state, eternal, bring it back into awareness of the body and the breath and the senses and the world, but in a very present, non-judgmental way. So simply don't acknowledge the senses, you just stay in this awareness, deeper awareness that just reinterprets all the sense perceptions. And on the count of 3, come back into awareness of the world in this reinterpreted way. So 1, just breathing in, noticing how the stomach rises and the chest rises, and the subtle flow of air in through the nostrils. Pausing at the top of the inhale, smile. Scan your mind, notice thoughts, emotions, sensations. If there's any scrap of a death wish, any negative thought, feeling, emotion, sensation, just observe it. Remind yourself that light, true awareness and joy and peace abide in me. My sinlessness is guaranteed by pure formless awareness of perfect love. I exhale them all out, just letting it all go to the nothingness that really is. Pull the lower stomach into the spine. Expel the last remaining air out. And just rest here in the peace and the stillness for a few moments. Count of 2, notice the weight of your body pressing down into the chair and your feet touching the ground, and notice what you're feeling with your hands, and maybe there's a subtle flow of air on your skin. Breathe that same air into your nose. Notice any smell in your nose, a taste in your mouth perhaps. And notice what you're hearing, surrounding environment. Just noticing all these things from this very still, calm and surrendered state of mind, beyond delusions, in pure formless awareness, still, even though you able to perceive the senses, sense perceptions, but the underlying awareness is still there, very present. That awareness will keep you in the peace of God, peace of pure formless awareness that passes all understanding. So it is said, so it is done. So on the count of 3, you're going to open your eyes and just take a minute to look around, noticing the various objects in the room, bodies, in this very aware state, without judgment, interpretation, without naming, labeling, judging. You do become aware that everything's the same. Doesn't matter what object you're looking on, the underlying awareness is the same. So you teach your mind that that awareness is true and everything else is false. This is why we do these little mind training exercises at the end of the meditations. This brings you back into the world in a state of pure formless awareness. That you can maintain, you can stay rooted or anchored in this. To stay connected to your source, to stay in peace. To allow light and joy and peace to abide in you and bless you. So that is my wish for you both. Thank you for joining, and bless you, and hope you carry this light and peace and joy with you into your sleep.
Thank you.
And on into tomorrow. And I hope to see you tomorrow afternoon at 1:30.
Thank you, Jono.